Good morning. Welcome to Horizon Europe Implementation Day, a day dedicated to helping Horizon Europe beneficiaries successfully submitting and implementing their projects. Together with experts from the European Commission, participants will explore the latest program developments, practical guidance, and the tools needed to maximize the impact of European research and innovation. We hope you enjoyed today's sessions. We warmly invite you to help shape the future implementation of Horizon Europe by sharing your views on our Messages from Lisbon interactive murals. But now, to officially open today's event, please welcome on stage Anabela Carvalho, Head of European Research and Innovation Programs at the National Innovation Agency.
Olá, bom dia. Antes de mais, bom dia a todos. Portanto, eu não sou a Maria Oliveira, não é? Já deu para ver. Portanto, o nosso primeiro-ministro ainda está a discursar no auditório 1. Portanto, vamos dar início aqui à sessão, já com um bocadinho de atraso. Mas muito bem-vindos a este Implementation Day, que queremos que seja um Implementation Day de discussão, de interação. E agora eu vou mudar só um bocadinho para inglês para welcome very much the colleagues from the European Commission that will join us today here at the stage, Isabel Vergara and also Paul Schlag, that will guide us through this discussion. What we will discuss is mostly important because we are talking about implementation issues. We will talk about all the simplification aspects that we are dealing with. Of course, that we are looking ahead, that we are looking to the next framework program. This is something that we have to start to prepare. So Isabel and Paul will explore with other colleagues from the Commission that will join us online too. We'll explore all the different stages on the simplification that the European Commission has been working on. So at the national level, ANI, FCT, the AICIB and also the Portugal Space are the agencies that support Horizon Europe. And so implementation is one of the most important parts. Of course that we want a framework program that is excellent, but implementation is part of this excellency. And implementation is not just simplification, it goes beyond that. And that's why we need to robust excellence through also a clean and a very, very simple implementation. So today it will be a good day to discuss with Isabel, Paul, Angela, and all the colleagues that will be online all the different steps. Here, what you can count is the colleagues that will join us from the 4 agencies and for us to discuss the different items. And of course, I want to please ask you to join us in these murals that you have just there on the left. And you can choose what the measures you want to send to the Commission. The messages from Lisbon, what are the main messages? What are your choices regarding excellence and the pressure? What are your choices for impact? It will be quite interesting to fill in the different quadrants, and I ask you please to do so. It will be nice to deliver this also to the European Commission. Just to finalize, Portugal has been showing a fantastic participation in Horizon Europe. Just yesterday, we almost just seen the databases. Yesterday, we reached almost 1.6 billion euros. So this is quite above all the amount of money that we got in the previous framework program. But the European program is not just about money. It's much, much more than money. And that's why we are here today. We are talking about excellence, we are talking about collaboration. So this will be one of the main aspects to explore. I'm giving some time here. I will not sing, I promise, just because lots of people is coming in and they need to find place. Just to please come and you can, there is some space at the beginning here. So, yeah. Okay, maybe we continue. So, thank you again. Have a fantastic day. Please talk to us, tease us, and above all, tease the European Commission that will be here completely open to explore with us our difficulties, our challenges, and above all, also our messages. What we found out that works, what doesn't work, what goes beyond what we see. And use the moral to put your suggestion, your choices, that then we will send and share with the European Commission. So thank you again, Isabel. Please join me here, and I give all the floor to you. Thank you for coming a lot.
Thank you, Annabella, and good morning to everyone. Thank you very much for organizing this implementation event. Probably you are aware that we are organizing this type of events in all member states. We are just gathering ideas of what is working well, it doesn't work so well, just for us to prepare for the next framework program. We have been so far in half of the member states, but with very good, so we have been very well welcomed in all member states, and we have gathered already a lot of ideas. We are aware of things that we thought were working well, but probably this is not the case. And indeed for us, and I hope also for you, it will be a very good event and a very good opportunity to pass the information that you wanted to pass to us, that sometimes we are not aware of all these problems that you face. As Annabella mentioned, today we are going to talk about the simplification measures that we are applying in the latest years of the program. We will also give you some information about the rules of the game, legal aspects, how to prepare audits, how can we help you to exploit your results, information about the portal, the app that we recently released. And in addition, and this is something that we are not presenting in the rest of the countries, we included a presentation on the evaluation inside. So I will give you in the afternoon some information about the application of the EXEPO criteria and some information about the increased number of proposals that we are receiving and the problems we are facing, because it is indeed a big problem that we have to evaluate more and more proposals. It's difficult to find experts. It's difficult to find experts without conflict of interest, and this stressed our evaluation methodology. But this is for the afternoon. So for this presentation, the simplification measures. So I hope I can, no. Yeah, here it is. So as you are well aware, we believe that simplification is a key principle in the Commission's mandate. We are always trying to simplify. Whether you have the same view as us probably is not the case, because for you, every time that we simplify, this means changes for you, and this always creates frictions. We are fully aware, and this is the reason we try to simplify only when it makes sense, and also to inform a lot about all the actions that we do. So in the latest years of Horizon, so meaning in the last work program of Horizon Europe for the years 26-27, we are proposing a number of measures to simplify. The first one is we are proposing to shorten the proposals, so to reduce the information that we are asking you to introduce in the proposal. We are also trying to test how can we reduce the time that we dedicate to the evaluation, specifically in the first stage of two stages calls. We are also trying to see how we can simplify the reporting requirements, including the use of lump sums in calls. And as you are aware, we always apply a client-centric approach to trying that our program is user-friendly, is easy to use also for newcomers, and yeah, so these are our intentions. First, before going into the specific simplification measures, I would like to mention the novelties that we have included in this last work program of Horizon Europe, the 26-27 work program. And first, we have streamlined the work program with a 33% of reduction in length, meaning that we are publishing fewer topics and trying to be more concise in these topics that we publish. There is a new part in the work program that is called horizontal activities, which is trying to connect the work from the different parts of the program working for the same strategic area. So the topics that are published in these horizontal calls are touching different parts of the program and are always focusing in what we consider today strategic areas. As you know, we have dedicated, or we are dedicating about 50 million euros for the Choose Europe for Science in the Marie-Claude actions to attract researchers to Europe, and specifically in the Marie-Claude actions is to finance long-term fellowships and postdoctoral careers stability. But we are also dedicating in this activity of Choose Europe some more money on research infrastructure as well. As always, we encourage this international cooperation. Participation is in principle free for all countries. Not all of them will be eligible for funding, but participants in principle are all eligible for funding. However, as you also are aware, we are applying more and more restrictions on participation from participants from certain topics, in particular those related to communication network equipment. Yeah. But all this, when there are restricted participation, it will appear as a specific condition in the topic. Yeah. And then, as I mentioned, we are also simplifying the proposal forms, and I will give you more information in the next slides, meaning that because we are requesting now less information, we are also reducing the maximum length of the proposal template by 5 pages in all type of actions. So, being more specifically on this, on how we can reduce the proposal length, the first implication of this reduction of information that we are asking in the 2 last years of Horizon Europe is that one of the evaluation criteria needed to be modified, and this is the impact evaluation criteria. These impact evaluation criteria in principle have 2 sub-criteria. The first one is the credibility of the pathways to achieve the expected outcomes and impact. And then the second one is the suitability and quality of the measures to maximize the expected outcomes and impact. Well, in the first one, before we were also asking about to demonstrate or the evaluation of the demonstration of the scale and significance of this impact. But precisely this information has been eliminated from the proposal. So there is no longer need to explain what will be the scale and significance of the impact, of the expected impact in this proposal. Therefore, the evaluation criteria is also modified. And these are the specific changes that we have included in the proposal template. So the changes are specifically for the sections on impact and the section on implementation, section 2 and 3 of the proposal template. So in the impact section, we have done 2 main changes. The first one is that before, we were asking the participants to tell us what will be the expected outcomes and impacts in relation to what it is public in the topic. So when we publish a topic, this topic belongs to a destination, And in both, in the topic and in the destinations, we already explained what is the expected outcome and impact that we expect from the projects that we are going to fund in this topic. So this stays, but before, in addition, we were also asking the participants to tell us what will be the general expected impact in society and in economic, in science, and this has been eliminated because it's redundant. So when we describe in the topic what will be the expected impact of the proposals funded under this topic, we have already taken into account the general impacts on science, on economic, on society. So we are not asking you to explain twice what will be the expected impact in those areas. So all these requirements has been eliminated. And the second one, as I mentioned, we were also asking the participants to give us information about the scale and significance of the expected outcomes and impact. And we have received plenty of feedback, specifically in areas where it is impossible to quantify. Yeah. So it might be that in certain areas, participants can quantify what will be the expected impact, but it's not the case in many areas. So we have decided to eliminate this requirement, but we have kept the sentence that you see there in yellow. So when it is possible to quantify, when it is meaningful to quantify, then you have to do it, because this is an important information that evaluators will always expect to see. So this is something that you still have to do. And then in the section of implementation, we have eliminated the requirement to include information on specific cost categories. This doesn't mean that we don't need this information. What it's meaning, this change, is that at the stage of the proposal, we are not asking this information. But if your proposal will be retained for funding, then before signing the grant, we will ask you to include this information in the grant agreement. So the tables on purchase cost has been modified, not eliminated in full, because we still ask for equipment costs when these equipment costs are higher than 15% of the personal cost. So we are asking you to include in the proposal large equipment costs, only. The table on other cost categories has been eliminated, and so is the table on in-kind contributions. So these three tables will be requested to be included in the proposal if the proposal is retained for funding, with the exception of the proposals that are lump sums, in which we will only ask you to include the table on in-kind contributions. Yeah. So with all these changes that I have explained, so we considered that we could reduce the maximum length of the proposal by 5 pages, so meaning that the standard page limit of the different type of actions is the one you see there. So before, for RIAs and IAs, the most common type of actions were 45, now it's 40, the maximum length. Yeah. However, when you apply to a topic, please read carefully the specific conditions, because it might be that the page limit is different for that topic. So it could be different than the standard values. Yeah, so this is about the proposal template. And as I mentioned, we are also trying to test whether we can reduce the time that we dedicate to the evaluation of the first stage of 2 stages goal. So here you have some information about the time that we dedicate today, the arrows in green. So in principle, from the time we publish the call until we have the deadline of the first stage call, we have 3 months normally. Then after the call deadline, we normally dedicate about 3 months for the evaluation of the first stage proposals. And then we give another 3 months for those invited to submit the full proposal in the second stage to prepare this full proposal. And then for the evaluation of this full proposal, we take about 5 months. This is the normal time for for the evaluation of full proposals. And then together with the 3 months that we dedicate to the preparation of the grant, for 2 stages calls, we dedicate, or we have to spend 17 months today, which is too long. Yeah, for certain areas, of course, this is too long. And thinking that because we are receiving more and more proposals, maybe, this is not sure, this is still under discussion, maybe in the next framework program, we will have to make use more often of the 2 stages calls. So we are thinking in ways on how to reduce this evaluation time. So in the work program 26-27, and this is not for all 2 stages calls, only for some of them, we are trying to reduce the time that we dedicate to evaluation. And this reduction in time may have severe implications on the applicants. I will mention why. So first, what we are trying to do is to reduce the time we have the first stage published. And this we will only do if the goal is not published at the time we publish the work program. So meaning that for certain calls that are open later, you already know that the call is coming because it's published in the work program. So for those calls, we will have only 2 months for the opening of the call. If the call is opening at the same time that the publication of the work program, we keep the 3 months. Then we are testing methods to reduce the time that we dedicate to the evaluation of the first stage, and we hope that by making some automation of consensus, etc., when it is relevant, then we thought that in certain cases we can do this evaluation in less than 3 months. And then, and this is probably what it has more implications for you, we will only dedicate 2 months between the time we inform about the results of the first stage until the deadline of the second stage. So instead of having 3 months to prepare the full proposal, you will only have 2 months. So this is not in all 2 stages calls in the work program 26-27, but in some of them. So if you are applying in some of these calls, it will be very welcome, your feedback, once you have passed through all these steps, whether it was feasible or not, this reduction in time for the preparation of the full stage. And then for the evaluation of the second stage and the grant agreement preparation, there the time is already very reduced. So if we keep the same evaluation methodology as we have today, it was impossible to reduce even more this time. So by making these changes, we hope to reduce the time that we dedicate to evaluate 2 stages proposals in 3 months, so a total maximum of 14 months. It's still long in certain areas, but this is the maximum we could do with the current evaluation process. So this is about the simplification measures that we are applying in these 2 years of the work program of Horizon Europe. And then I will give you some information about the use of generative artificial intelligence in the preparation of proposals and in the evaluation of proposals. So in the preparation of proposals, so the Commission is neutral on the tool that you use for prepare your proposals. What we are asking is a transparent and responsible use of artificial intelligence tools. This is our condition, but you are free to use these generative artificial intelligence tools as long as you declare the use of these tools in the proposal. So since now a couple of years, we publish in the proposal template a disclaimer asking you to declare whether as a normal reference in the proposal, whether you have used artificial intelligence tool and how. But we are also asking you to be cautious with the information that you retrieve from the artificial intelligence tool. We remind you that you are the fully responsible of the content of the proposal. And ask you to be aware of possible bias or not respectful of, property rights, etc. So this is the information that we pass to participants, and we also remind you that the simple use of artificial intelligence tools cannot be a reason to penalize the proposal in the evaluation. So what the evaluators will do is to check the content of the proposal, no matter how this content is generated. Of course, if the evaluators spot non-compliance with intellectual property rights, then this is something to be probably dealt with separately. But the evaluators, for the simple reason that the participants use artificial intelligence tools, cannot penalize a proposal. So this is for the participants. What about the evaluators? So for the evaluators, we remind them that they cannot delegate the task to evaluate to anybody and to any tool. Yeah. It's their responsibility. They can use artificial intelligence tools, but only for side tasks, like looking for background information, etc., but never relying on artificial intelligence tools to give scores and full comments to the proposal. We also remind them that they need to respect the confidentiality of the proposals. Of course, they cannot upload a proposal to a public artificial intelligence tool, not even to a tool managed in your organization, because the confidentiality is personal. That person is not the organization of the expert. The person must respect confidentiality of the proposal. So the colleagues of this person in their organization can also not see the information of the proposal. So this is the position we are taking today, but as you know, this is a very dynamic field. Yeah. So we are also changing and following up all developments. So for the time being, this is the strict position of the Commission. Experts should only use artificial intelligence tools for side tasks. So we have included a comment on these aspects in the Code of Conduct, which is part of the contract that the expert signs with us when we contract them to participate in evaluations. And we also regularly update the information on artificial intelligence that we include in the briefing, in the standard briefing slides for experts, which is public. You have the link there from the portal. So this is about artificial intelligence tools, and then for the last part of my presentation, I will give you some information on the use of lump sums. So as you know, we are making use more and more of lump sums in Horizon Europe. The difference of lump sums is that we pay you not about the actual cost that you have incurred, which was the case until for the actual cost grants. In lump sums, what we are going to check is whether you have completed a work package, and then once we check and agree that this work package has been completed, then we paid you without checking what were the actual costs. We paid you the amount that we agreed in the grant agreement. So, meaning that for lump sums, there is no financial reporting. So the reporting is only technical reporting. So you only need to tell us what you have done, how you have done, and also to convince, normally in some cases, the experts that we contract to help us with the evaluation, with the monitoring of the projects. And then we consider that the use of lump sums will simplify also the access to the program, and of course will also reduce the errors that that the participants incurred in the financial reporting, which we know that these errors come because the rules are difficult, the rules are complex, and this is the reason that by removing all the financial reporting, we expect that the errors will also be decreased. So another positive point for the lump sums is that to participate in lump sum projects, we think that will not require previous experience, and this will benefit most of the participants, because as you can see in this graphic, most of the participants in Horizon Europe participate only once or twice. Yeah. It's only a few organizations that participate many times in projects, and for those organizations, maybe they know the rules, and probably they have even an office that help participants to make the financial reporting, and they can deal with all the complexity of the financial rules. Yeah, it will also facilitate the participation of SMEs, the newcomers. Yeah, and as I mentioned, the focus of lump sums is more on the content, so which is the most important part of the financing in Horizon Europe. So we are funding research projects. We will just check that the research was done as proposed in the grant. So how we implement the lump sums? Well, the processes are very similar as the standard processes in actual cost. So the standard application forms are the same, with one difference is that in lump sums, we ask you to send a detailed budget table. So in order to establish what will be the amount that we will pay per work package, of course, during the proposal, during the evaluation, we really need to check what will be the cost that you forecast to have in your work, in the work that you propose. The grant preparation is the same. The standard processes for amendments, deviations, everything is the same. Reporting is the same, with the difference that in lump sums, financial reporting disappears. So one thing less. Yeah, so we know that the main difference is this detailed budget table. I will explain you later, but so far we were asking participants to submit an Excel file together with the proposal. Now we are implementing this detailed budget table in web forms. It's not yet for all topics, but we are still testing these web forms in some of the topics. So if you have experience with these web forms for the detailed budget table, it will also be very good to tell us today. So here you have some statistics. So we are using more and more lump sum in Horizon. We started to use lump sums already in Horizon 2020, but with very few proposals. But this is increasing, and for this last work program of Horizon Europe, 50% of the budget share will be in lump sum topics. And as you know, for FP10, what the Commission is proposing, this doesn't mean that will be the final result, because we need to negotiate the Commission of the proposal for FP10 with the Council and the Parliament. The Commission of the proposal is to use lump sums by default, in the next framework program. So here you have some statistics as well. These statistics are public in the portal. You have there the link to the Horizon dashboard, but in order to see the numbers on lump sums topics, you need to filter. So you use the filter of the dashboard, and then you have the numbers. Of course, the figure that we have there for 2026 is not complete. We are in the middle of the year, but at the end of the year, we will have more lump sum proposals than in previous years, for sure. So I will also give you some information about the cuts of the budget, because as I mentioned, in lump sum proposals, participants need to give us information about the detailed budget table, and the evaluators will look into this detailed budget table and can propose cuts of this budget. Yeah. So just to give you some information on the frequency of these cuts happening in the evaluation, we have analyzed a sample of 1,200 proposals, and only in 19% of them there were cuts in the evaluation, with an average reduction of 2.5% of the total budget, and 0.5% of the global budget. And the reasons for this cut were personal cost, probably high personal cost. The purchase costs were also not okay. Other direct costs and a wrong calculation of the indirect costs as well. In other cases, we also found that the experts found that the additional funding was not justified, and and they had changes in the consortium, and a wrong funding rate was used in the Excel table that they presented. It's a mistake that will not happen when we apply the web form for the detailed budget table. And then the budget cuts can also happen in the final payment of the project, because for lump sums, we are paying complete work packages in interim periods, so only if the work package is completed, we paid the amount agreed for this work package. And in the final payment, you can give us information on whether a specific work package was not complete. So we analyze the percentage of completion that you tell us. If we agreed, then we will pay also a percentage of the amount agreed for that work package. So we have also analyzed a sample of more than 1,000 grants, and in 98% of these grants, the payment was done as declared, and in 96% in full. So meaning that 2% of the proposals declared themselves that the work package was not complete, and then we accepted this declaration. And in the rest, so in 2%, so we didn't agree with the information submitted by the applicants, and then we cut a bit more the final payment. And the reasons for this cut were co-funding issues, and this is for joint undertakings only, that were deviations from the description of the action, probably not well reported, and other deviations probably linked to financial support to third parties, the data management plan, etc. But the percentage of the budget cuts in the final payment, as you see, is very low. This is happening very rarely. So an update on the lump sum implementation, this I already mentioned. So we are applying web forms little by little in all topics. We have started with cluster 5, but we are already implementing this detailed budget table in web forms in other clusters as well. And next slides, we are also updating regularly the guidance that we publish in the portal. So if you are participating in lump sum projects, it's good that you check the latest version of this guidance, because we update this guidance very regularly. So these are screenshots on how the detailed budget table in web form looks like. So you have here more screenshots. And and finally, and these are my last slides, I wanted to give you some information about this ex-post technical reviews. And what is this? So for actual cost grant, as you know, we have ex-post audits. So once the auditors, once you have received a payment, an interim or a final payment, can decide, well, I want to audit your organization, I want to audit your organization for this specific project, for this specific payment. And the audit is financial, So we cannot do financial audits in lump sum because there is no financial reporting, but we do ex-post technical reviews. This is different than the normal technical reviews in a project. So during the life of the projects and before the payment, In some cases, we organize formal project reviews. Some cases also we invite experts to help us with the assessment, but this doesn't change. This is still applicable in lump sums. But in addition, after every payment, I'm focusing only in one participant because the project reviews are focusing in the work of the project. The ex-post technical reviews are focusing in the work of one participant. Then we can decide to go for an ex-post technical reviews. In this case, these ex-post technical reviews, these are not audits. You don't see the word audit here. It will not be done by auditors. It will be done still by experts in the area. So we will contract them, and then they will ask you to give more information to prove that the work was done, as you explain in the reporting and in the description of the action. So in this case, it will not be sufficient with the information that is presented in a report. You have to send proofs of that the work was done. So meaning you need to probably send a lab note in which you note what is the use of the lab during that days or for which projects. You can also the experts can decide to visit your organization and see whether you really have the equipment that you declare that you have for the work done. And also, of course, it will ask you for proof of publications that you reported, and patents as well, if this is the case. So any type of proof that the work was done as reported and as explained in the description of the action. So we are gathering more and more experience on this because this is also new for us. And this is the reason, because we have started already to organize ex-post technical reviews. This is the reason that we receive feedback also from experts, from services, from the executive agencies organizing these ex-post technical reviews. And from applicants, and this is the reason we are regularly updating our guidance in order to give more and more information on what can you expect when you receive a note that your organizations will be subject of this ex-post technical review. So the consequences are about the same as in actual costs. If the experts think that the work was not done as declared, and as paid, then it will be, a consequence will be a reduction of the payment, a recovery of the payment already done. So, as I mentioned, the first results for Horizon 2020, the sample was very small, so we didn't have any findings. The few ex-post technical reviews went well, with no findings. And so far, we have a common representative sample in 2024 in which we have only one case, one finding in one organization applicants being ex-post technically reviewed. And we are about to start the sample in 2026. So, so far, all these findings, or the lack of findings in these ex-post technical reviews so far, of course, the sample is still small, tell us that indeed lump sums is a good instrument to lower the error rate, and also is a good instrument to simplify the participant in the program. And this we also follow up closely because we launch surveys very often, very regularly, and we noticed that in the latest years the answers are more and more positive. You have here some information. I will not go into the details because this is what I wanted to mention. So the participants that have already participated in a lump sum are more positive than those that have never done it. Yeah. And this is something very positive for us. And this is what we take from this pilot on lump sums. And as I mentioned, it will probably be continued in the next framework program. I finished with some information about where you can find more information on lump sums. We also organize regular information days in the portal. I think twice a year. And we will keep doing this for these 2 last years of Horizon, but you have all the links that you need here, and I finish here, so thank you very much. Yeah.
We are a bit with a small delay, but we still have room for questions. So one of the reasons the European Commission is launching this kind of Horizon Europe implementation days is to receive feedback from you. So the floor is open for questions.
Thank you very much for your clear presentation. And I would like to ask if I understood right, if in this new framework program we'll be introducing fewer topics, how does the Commission plan to avoid greater concentration of proposals per topic and consequent reduced of success rates? Because I think this is really a question that many of us are asking, because we see our rates declining. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question. It's not sure that we will reduce the number of topics, so this is still under discussion. What we did is this reduction on number of topics in the 2 last years of Horizon Europe, of the current one. So whether or how the programming will change in Horizon Europe is still under discussion, because as you know, we are also integrating with the European Competitiveness Fund, and there are still discussions ongoing, so no decisions taken so far. I am not saying it will not be the case, but it's not yet confirmed. Yeah. And yes, for your second question, we notice an oversubscription, and I will give more information this afternoon. And this is a very big problem for us. We really cannot afford keeping the quality of our evaluations with so many proposals. So what will probably happen in the next framework program is that the evaluation process will certainly have to change. Yeah. So this we are just discussing these topics. Thank you.
So it's actually, I'd like to know your thoughts on one thing regarding the implementation of this lump sum simplification. From the experience of the pre-award level, what we see is that obviously it simplifies at the implementation, but it puts an extra burden on the researchers that are actually the ones that are writing the proposal, that now have to go through several iterations just to produce a very detailed budget. And the second burden is that in cases where the institutions have cash flow issues, they have to artificially subdivide work packages because of the budget alone, not because they make sense in terms of the project or the activities. So.
Yes, no, we have received this comment many times. It is certainly a drawback. However, we consider, and that was our view when we started to launch all these lump sums, that when you send a proposal in an actual cost topic, even if we asked you only a simplified budget table, that you were already having those details that we are asking today in the detailed budget table, because you need to prepare this budget table in the proposal. So from our point of view, we are really not asking you more than in actual cost grants, but we fully understand this comment. And for the work packages, no, this is a recurrent question that we receive. You have also plenty of information about whether it makes sense to split the work in work packages. And our recommendation is you should only do it if this makes sense. Otherwise, the evaluators will penalize your proposal. If you split the work in work packages without making any sense, just for dividing the payment, this should not be the case. Also note that the pre-financing of the grants is very high, yeah, and we have a ceiling that we can only pay before the final period until 90% of the project. So in many cases, many participants, many projects have divided these work packages with no consequences, because with already the pre-financing, and a bit of the interim payment, they already reached the 90%. So these are considerations that you need to take into account when you design your proposal. And our recommendation is, yes, when it makes sense to split work packages, you can do it, but we expect that you should not do it for all work packages, yeah, so.
More questions about the simplification, lump sum?
Thank you so much for your presentation. It's just one question for us. The pilot for lump sum for cluster 5 was really a nightmare. We know that when...
The detailed budget table in web.
The one included in the portal?
The online table.
The detailed budget table,
yeah?
Yes.
Okay. Just to understand from your side if you have that feedback as well from the other participants.
Yes, we have feedback, but in very opposite directions. There are participants with no problems, others with many problems. And we are just trying to understand what are those problems. Yeah, so send us feedback. Yeah, so this will be very welcome. Yeah, so for us to understand why it's not working for some participants and for others it is. Yeah, and this still we need to analyze this. Yeah. Yes, yes.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. Regarding the lump sum projects, for us it's difficult to know what to keep to prove in case of an ex post, because for actual costs it's really easy because we have timesheets, the payment slips, a lot of things. But in case of the lump sum, it's not that clear, and we have several projects ongoing, and we still do not know which documentations should we keep to prove that the work packages were completed, because the researchers work, the consortium works, we have deliverables, we have reports, so what else should we keep? I really think that the Commission should have a guidance to help us as soon as possible. Thank you.
Yes. As I mentioned, we are also learning from this process. This was also new for us. And we are just gathering feedback of different areas, because we understand that it's not the same in a project of a scientific area working in a laboratory than in a project in social science. We are aware of this. So we are gathering information and we are updating our guidance very regularly. So please check it. And we are always welcome to receive feedback. So if you have ideas, because you think that what we have in our guidance is not sufficient for your project, is not helpful, you can tell us, yeah, so we will take into account. But the information that we are asking is precisely what it is included in the guidance. So if you have made reports, if you have discussed with different participants these reports, probably you have proof that you have met with these participants, that you have discussed, all these type of proofs, yeah, so that is what the experts will ask, yeah.
Perhaps just a follow-on question on this point. As you know, we don't have audits in lump sum projects. My question is, who will perform these, let's say, reviews that you present here? It will be European Court of Audits. It will be the Commission.
For the ex-post technical reviews, it's the Commission with the help of experts. Of course, the ECA, the European Court of Auditors, has still the right to perform audits on participants, as always. This doesn't change. Yeah. But they are aware that participants are not supposed to report on financial aspects. They are fully aware. And this is another discussions that we are having, because for them it's also new. And we are also having regular discussions with them on how we can perform these audits by the European Court of Auditors, and also the different point of views that they have, and in the end, how we can provide better guidance for you to also deal with possible audits from the European Court of Auditors. Yeah.
More questions about lump sum simplification? We are about 15-20 minutes delay, but this is the moment the Commission is here.
Okay. Thank you. Annabella Isidro from AICIB. We have a question that now lump sum doesn't require timesheets. But on the other hand, it also says somewhere that later on they may require timesheets. So we are kind of puzzled, because I don't like timesheets. I think it's a waste of time, sincerely. But this is a personal opinion, of course. If we need to do it, we do it. No problem. But now I think, okay, so I will tell my team, forget the timesheets. And then after 3 or 5 years, suddenly someone asks us for timesheets. Do you think it's enough to have the payment receipts and all this? So we need to have, maybe the Commission should provide us with a more clear on how to proceed regarding this apparently opposite, message. Thank you.
Yes, for lump sums projects, we are not asking timesheets, never. Yeah. So if you have found somewhere that later on we will ask for timesheets, let us know where. Yeah. But for lump sums, no. However, you need to be careful if you are participating in projects that are lump sums and projects that are actual costs at the same time. Because for actual cost, they will ask you for timesheets. Yeah. And they will probably also see that you participate in other projects. So while we are keeping both type of projects, if you are participating in actual cost grants, of course you need to have timesheets. Yeah. But for lump sum projects, we are not asking for timesheets. Yeah.
Hi, thank you. I will keep on this because you said before that these audits, it's not audits, it's ex-post reports, they can ask for evidence for equipment usage, for example. But they will ask also for people usage, because the only way we are able to report usage of people is through timesheets. So just to...
Of course, the experts need to check that the equipment was used for the work in the project, and I think this will be sufficient.
Used, not purchased,
exactly.
Right? Mm-hmm. And for people, you should.
For people, in principle, not, but this is something that probably we will learn by doing, but in principle, the message that we are passing today is that the ex-post technical reviews will check that the use of the equipment was linked to the projects that we are reviewing. Yeah.
Good, thank you.
Hi. Yeah, so we have an area chair, and 10% of the costs are for research, and the other is for activities for the center. How do we prove that the people are engaged in only 10% of research activities, and on the other time that they work in the project, they're engaged in other, like development of the center activities? And
this I don't know if I understand that question, because in the lump sums, when we do an ex post technical review, we just go to check whether the work was done as declared in the reporting and in the proposal. Yeah.
so you will not check that question of the 10% of costs being used for research?
We are not checking cost. We are not checking cost. Yeah. So
Okay.
we are checking only that the work was done as declared in reporting and in the proposal. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Isabel. We are a bit late, but this interactivity is the most important part of the event. So right now, we'll give the floor to the next speaker, online speaker, Aurora Mantes.
Thank you. Thank you, Isabel, and thank you, everybody, for your questions. Our next session focuses on the practical management of Horizon Europe grants. Joining us online, please welcome Aurora Mantas from the European Commission's Directorate General for Research and Innovation. Aurora Mantas will be joined by Marta Aparicio Garcia and Miguel Escadón Martín, both from the European Commission's Directorate General for Research and Innovation. They will join the Q&A session following the presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Here we are, Aurora Mantas and Marta Aparicio. We both work for the Common Legal Support Center of the RTD, support service of DG RTD. And over the next 35 minutes, we will take you through what we call the rules of the game in Horizon Europe. Namely, the most common rules that beneficiaries encounter in their day-to-day management of the Horizon Europe projects, and also the areas where we often see questions, misunderstanding, or implementation difficulties. So what we aim here today is to highlight a few good habits that can prevent you from encountering problems later when you are implementing your project. For the, well, let me see if you can. All right. Yeah, so briefly, let me walk you through today's agenda. We will start by setting up the legal framework that underpins the Horizon Europe, and in particular, the grant agreement. Then we will look at the different participant categories that can take part in an action, because there are different roles with different responsibilities and rules. And from there, we will move to the eligibility of cost. Furthermore, we will finish and conclude with reporting obligation and a number of other key non-financial obligations. Let me see, because I don't know if there is a problem here. Wait. Yeah. Can you please confirm that you are all seeing the presentation? Can someone from the public say something?
Yes, we can hear it.
And see it?
Yes.
Okay, great. Perfect. So now we will start setting the legal framework, as we said. Before that, we go, or we move to the practical aspect of the project implementation. Horizon Europe doesn't operate through just a single document. It's instead a setup of broader legal frameworks that combines regulation, work programs, and contractual provisions. Among these, as we said, why is this? Okay, sorry. Okay. So fundamentally, we have the Horizon Europe regulation that probably you are very acquainted already with it. It's the document that establishes the objective of the program, and it's the overall structure and legal basis. Together with this, we find the financial regulation, which is a common document that sets out how the EU, so the European Union budget, is managed, and it established the general principles for grants, procurement, and any other financial instrument, together with the sound financial management across all EU programs. And another part that we also encountered here is the general annexes of the work program. Probably you know the work programs where you find the main characteristics of the call for proposal, but also the general annexes set up some legal grounds. So in practice, many applicants will focus only on the topic description, but we really encourage you to take a look to the general annexes because they explain how the program operates, and it contains essential rules on the eligibility, the evaluation, admissibility, implementation, and other practical aspects. So if there is one recommendation that we can highlight is that, go through all the work program, not only the topics per call, but also the general annexes. From here, we move to the model grant agreement. That's probably the most well-known document, but still we consider that there are some issues that we would like to highlight because you face sometimes quite some difficulties or misunderstandings. As you know, this is the model grant agreement is the contract that you sign between the beneficiary and the granting authority, and it translates to a broader legal framework with concrete rights and obligations for each project. And whenever a question arises during the implementation, whether on eligible cost, reporting obligation, or ownership results, just to mention something, the grant agreement should be always the first point of reference. In many ways, it's the rule book for the entire project. And what can we find in the grant agreement? So now let's take a closer look to the grant agreement. We can find rights and obligations. So on the right side, the beneficiary are entitled to receive EU funding under the agreed conditions, and they own the results that they generate during the project. Where circumstances require, they may also request amendments to the project. From here, we jump to the other side, which is the obligations. And beneficiaries are expected to implement a specific action with as it is described in the Annex 1 of the grant agreement. You are also expected to submit reports on time and comply with other type of requirement as, for example, visibility. And all this will include a proper acknowledging of the EU funding and its correct implementation. There is one point that might seem obvious, but it's worth to emphasize because it still creates a bit of confusion from time to time. And this is the maximum grant amount that is established in the grant agreement. In other words, even if a beneficiary ultimately spends more than it was originally planned, the additional expenditure is not covered automatically within the EU funding. It's a simple principle, but we find that sometimes this is forgotten through the lifetime of the project. Now let's move to the structure of the model grant agreement. The grant agreement, as we said, well, you can see in the presentation and you probably are familiar with it, it follows a consistent structure. It's organized into 6 chapters from covering the action, the grant implementation, the consequences of non-compliance, and the final contractual provisions. However, we would like to really highlight one particular feature that it was introduced for Horizon Europe, and this is the data sheet. The data sheet brings together all the information related to the project, specifically in one place. Here you can find data related to reporting periods, the consortium composition, and other applicable options that might have been specifically provided for this action. So whenever you are trying to understand how particular a project is, we really recommend to start with the data sheets because it's often the best place to start before diving into the detailed articles of the agreement. Together with these main parts, we can also find the annexes of the grant agreement. We already mentioned annexes of the work program, but here also we emphasize the annexes of the grant agreement because it complements and it also is an integral part of the contract where just also as relevant information as in the main body of the agreement. And perhaps the most significant is the Annex 1, the description of the action. This materializes the content of the project application and it makes it contractually binding. And there are other annexes equally important. For example, the Annex 2 contains the detailed budget, or Annex 5 also includes provisions that are specific to Horizon Europe. So whenever we assess compliance, we not only look at the grant agreement, but we also look at the annexes. And yes, these all complex documents gave us the best overview and assessment of the compliance. Now we move to the different participants in the action. And here, basically, we will have to ask ourselves who actually can participate in a Horizon Europe action and under which conditions. This is what we are going to cover now. We have multiple actors. Normally, I think, should I move to the one? No, yes, sorry. Yeah, so we start with the main core of participants, which are the beneficiaries. The beneficiaries are the organization that signed the grant agreement. They are responsible for implementing the project, declaring the eligible cost, and fulfilling the main obligations set up in the grant agreement. Then secondly, we find the affiliated entity, which is an organization with a specific legal or capital link with one of the beneficiaries and might participate in the project as implementing as well under certain conditions. Also, we find the associated partners. Associated partners do not receive EU funding and they cannot declare cost under the grant agreement. And also, furthermore, the Horizon Europe also allowed project to involve other actors depending on the needs of the action. And this might include subcontractors, recipient of financial support to third parties, or providers of certain in-kind contribution. And now in the coming slides, we will cover the different type of participators. So this table tried to cover to show an overview of the different roles, and although different participants might contribute to the success of the project, they do so under legal arrangement and different financial rules. For example, if you look at the table, you can see that the different participant categories and the roles, also the different conditions in which they participate and their respective rights and obligation. In practice, it's often worth coming back to this table whenever you have a question arising about who do what within a Horizon Europe project. And now we will go more into the details. So, yeah. And from here, we move to the eligible cost. Wait. Sorry, we are having problems with the screens when switching slides. So this is being a bit perturbant. All right. So whenever we speak with the beneficiaries, we also notice that sometimes you encounter difficulties, or it's one of the most misunderstandings that you face, the type of cost, and especially the eligibility of the cost. After all, eligibility determines which cost can be reimbursed by the European Union, and it's a central element of the project management. So let's begin by looking at the different categories of cost that we under Horizon Europe can identify. Let's see if now I can move it properly. No. All right. So first, and most commonly, we identify personnel cost. because this is like the biggest core of type of cost. We will come back more in detail in the coming slides. And the second category that we find is subcontracting. This cost arises when a beneficiary outsources specific action task to another entity. The third category is purchase cost. These are goods or services that beneficiary need in order to carry out the project successfully. For example, travel, equipment, or consumables. And we also identify other type of costs, other cost categories, which can apply only in specific situations. And this can be financial support to third parties or internal invoicing. And finally, we also highlight the indirect cost. These are calculated automatically using a flat rate of 25% of most eligible direct costs, with certain exceptions such as subcontracting. So although Horizon Europe recognizes several categories of eligible cost, our experience shows that personnel costs remain by far the largest component of most project budgets. And that's why we are going to spend a bit more of time now explaining why and the different specificities. Okay, let me see if now. Okay, fine. But before we go into the core of the personnel cost, we also want to emphasize how important the general eligibility conditions of whatever type of cost. So when you face a cost, I think the most recurrent question you probably have is, can I declare this cost? Well, first, I think you should really consider whether if it's necessary for implementing the action, and if the cost is sufficiently linked to the project activities. If yes, then your cost will be most likely to be eligible. Secondly, you should ask yourself, the cost, was it actual? Meaning, did I really incur the cost? Not estimated, not budgeted, but really incur. So this means that we don't consider hypothetical cost, but costs that were really expended. Beneficiaries must be also able to demonstrate that the expenditure relates directly to implementing the Horizon Europe action, and the cost must be incurred during the project's duration, properly recorded in the beneficiary's account, and complying with both the national legislation and with your organization's usual accounting practices. So yes, on top of that, another principle that we consider is consistency. So we expect the beneficiary apply the same internal rules that they normally use in their organization. Just to give an example, if an organization's travel policy requires economy class, then the same policy should continue to apply for Horizon Europe projects. From here, we move to purchase cost, which are divided into three main categories. First is travel. The principle here is relatively straightforward. So travel must be necessary for implementing the action. It's not enough that a trip or a travel is useful or interesting. It really has to be connected to the project activities. Secondly, we find equipment, which we will later go more into detail as well. But we will focus on the differentiation between depreciation cost and reimbursement of the full purchase. Thirdly, we have the category for other goods, works, and services. And this includes items such as consumables, supplies, software licenses, other services that can be related to carry out the project. And of course, all of purchase cost must first satisfy the general eligibility conditions that we just discussed. In addition, beneficiaries are expected to respect the principle of best value for money, or where appropriate, the lowest priced, which most of the time will avoid, it always have to avoid the conflict of interest. But we really want to emphasize that the best value for money does not necessarily mean choosing the cheapest option. Sometimes a higher price solution might be fully justified because it offers better quality, greater technical sustainability, and a better long-term value. The important point here is that the decision can be explained and documented. And for public bodies and contracting authorities, national public procurement rules must also be respected. So if, one practical recommendation that we would like to give you is that you should, we will usually give the beneficiary, is to ensure that the procurement decisions are documented properly. So yeah, pay attention to your procurement decisions and how you documented it. Now, we move to the equipment cost. As we said, we would like to differentiate between depreciation cost and, by exception, let's go. Depreciation costs remain the default rule under Horizon Europe, unless that the call for proposal sets or the grant agreement sets explicitly allow for the full cost reimbursement. Within this default approach, there are two possible situations. If the equipment is used exclusively for the Horizon Europe project, the beneficiary may declare the full amount of the depreciation incurred during the action. It's important to stress that this still refers only to the depreciation, not to the total purchase price. If, however, the equipment is also used for other activities outside the project, the beneficiary must determine and justify the proportion of it that is specifically linked to the Horizon Europe action. And that will be only the share of the depreciation cost that will be declared. However, now for Horizon Europe, there was introduced a new possibility. Under certain calls, beneficiary might exceptionally declare the full acquisition cost of the equipment. And it is only possible when the call condition and the grant agreement explicitly allow it. So our practical advice here is very simple. Whenever the equipment is involved, don't assume that the same rules apply to every project. Always check first the specific provision of the call and the grant agreement before deciding which methodology applies. Now moving to personnel cost. We said before that this is the largest cost category in most of the Horizon Europe projects. And it's also the area where we receive the greatest number of questions during the implementation, the reviews, and the audits. So what are the categories of personnel cost? We identify the following as shown in the screen for namely, so one important point to remember is that the Horizon Europe distinguishes between different categories of personnel, and each one follows a different calculation methodology. The first category is employees working under an employment contract or an equivalent appointment act. Within this group, we distinguish between employees with a fixed salaries and those receiving project-based remuneration, and also organizations that applied average personnel cost methodologies. The second category covers natural persons working under direct contract with the beneficiary, such as in-house consultant. The third concerns seconded personnel provided by another entity against payment. And finally, we find SME owners and natural persons beneficiary, so beneficiary who don't receive a salary. The important message here is that the different categories follow different calculation rules. So each beneficiary should ensure that they classify personnel cost correctly since the beginning of the implementation. Now, to calculate the personnel cost of employees with a fixed salary, we would like to take a bit more of time and explain how we use a corporate formula that applies actually across all of the European Union funding programs. This means that the same methodology is used across this, as we said, funding programs, but also model grant agreement, including Horizon Europe, LIFE, Digital Europe, and SAFE, just to name a few of them. And the objective here, or why this formula was mainly created, was for targeting a greater simplification, more harmonization, and less of administrative complexity for the beneficiaries. Actually, the calculation is rather simple. And for each reporting period, for each individual employee, personal costs are calculated using just one formula. This is day equivalent work on the action multiplied by the applicable daily rate. So whenever we calculate a personal cost, there are really two questions that we need to answer. How many days will work on the project, and what is the applicable daily rate? Now let's try to move. For the days equivalent work in the action, there are two possible approaches. The first approach, and this is often the simplest, is to use the European Commission time recording template, which is available in the Funding and Tenders portal. Here, the beneficiary reports the days or day equivalents worked on the action on a monthly basis, and the declaration is signed by both the employee and their supervisors. The advantage of this option is that the beneficiary ensures compliance with all the minimum criteria for the time recording. And this is why many beneficiaries prefer to use the Commission templates, even if they already have their internal system. The second option is to use another reliable time recording system already in place within the organization, provided that it fulfills the minimum required conditions. Once the number of the eligible day equivalents have been determined, we move to the second part of the calculation, which are the daily rates. So the daily rate is calculated using another formula consisted of two components, a numerator and a denominator. The numerator represents the actual personal cost incurred during the month falling within the reporting period. It includes all the eligible elements that are recorded in the beneficiary's statutory accounts. For example, the employee's salary, the social security contribution, taxes, or other remuneration components that are paid according to the objective, and they are transparent and consistent with their internal rules. What cannot be included are items that fall outside of this principle, like, for example, bonuses or dividend payments. On the other hand, we have the denominator. So the numerator will be divided by the denominator, and the denominator is based on the concept of maximum declarable days equivalent, which ultimates derives from the figure of 215 working days per calendar year, established in the model grant agreement. The grant agreement now applies what is sometimes referred as a double cap on the number of day equivalent that might be declared. And we find two caps. The first cap applies within each reporting period, and it establishes the maximum number of day equivalents that can be declared for an individual during that specific reporting period. The second is the horizontal cap, and this one applies across all EU action. So regardless of how many projects someone contributes to, a total number of day equivalent declared across all EU action can never exceed 215 days in a calendar year. This, the main objective here is to prevent double funding. So the formula shown on the slide simply translate those 215 days into the specific reporting period. And it takes into account three elements. First, the annual reference of 215 days. Second, the number of months during which the individual was employed within the reporting period. And third, the person's working time factor, for example, whether they work full-time or part-time. The calculation itself might appear technical, but the underlying principle is actually very simple. A person cannot declare more time than they could realistically have worked. Okay. Yeah, well, if these calculations seem too complicated, there is always a possible shortcut. And it's that Horizon Europe offers an optional simplified cost methodology known as the personnel unit cost. This is not a default methodology, it's an option. And if a beneficiary chooses to use the personnel unit cost, a daily rate is established in advance for that beneficiary. As a result, there is no need to recalculate the daily rate during the project. This can significantly reduce the administrative burden, particularly for organizations that are participating in several Horizon Europe projects. So once what we call PUG is approved, the methodology applies consistently across all Horizon Europe grants for that specifically beneficiary and to all eligible personnel working for that beneficiary. So this is a decision made at beneficiary level, not at consortium level. This means that within the same consortium, different beneficiaries might use different methodologies for calculating their personnel costs. And as we conclude this section, there are 3 practical messages that we would like to remember. First, always classify the personnel cost correctly before applying any calculation. Second, ensure that the time records are reliable and properly documented. And third, remember that Horizon Europe now also offers the flexibility of personnel unit costs for beneficiaries who wish to simplify their administrative processes. Now we move to another type of mechanism that is becoming increasingly common within the Horizon Europe program. And this is the financial support to third parties, FSTP, and also sometimes named as cascade funding. FSTP provides funding to the beneficiaries who then organize their own competitive process to distribute part of that funding to third parties. This is a mechanism that allows Horizon Europe beneficiaries to provide financial support to other organizations or individuals that are not part of the grant agreement. The Commission funds the beneficiary, and then it's the beneficiary who launches its own selection process to distribute part of the funding to third parties. This support can take different forms. It can be grants, fellowships, scholarships, prizes, or other type of financial support, depending on what the call allows. There is, however, one essential point to remember, and is that cascade funding is not automatically available in every Horizon Europe action. It can be only used when the call for proposal conditions explicitly authorize it. Okay. This is it. From the grant agreement perspective, beneficiaries might declare the actual cost they incur when implementing the financial support scheme. However, there are some conditions for the eligibility depending on how strict the compliance with the Annex 1 of the grant agreement. This is important to point because the funding scheme cannot simply be developed after the project has started. Instead, it needs to be carefully designed during the proposal stage. For example, beneficiaries should already define the maximum amount that can be awarded to each recipient, the activities that they might receive support for, the eligibility conditions for applicants, and the award criteria that they will use during the selection process. Another fundamental principle is that the selection procedure must always be objective, transparent, and non-discriminatory. Our advice here is that before the grant agreement is signed. And another common question that we face is how to differentiate between financial support to third party and state aid, how you could assess it. Unfortunately, here we don't have a single answer. It depends on specific characteristic of each scheme, the activities being funded, the type of recipients, and the wider economic context. Another point worth remembering is that the activities carried out by third-party recipients are not themselves Horizon Europe actions. And for this reason, beneficiaries should assess the state aid implication carefully and seek for advice whenever it's necessary. Where there is uncertainty, we really recommend to consult the relevant state aid framework and seek for advice from the appropriate national authorities or the Commission service responsible for state aid. In practice, two legal instruments are particularly relevant. First is the General Block Exemption Regulation, which sets out the conditions under which research aid is exempt for compulsory prior notifications to the European Commission. And second, there is the System for State Aid for Research, Development and Innovation, which contains rules for the Commission to assess research, development and innovation aid that is ineligible for block exemption. So if there is one practical takeaway here, when designing the ACA funding scheme, think not only about Horizon Europe compliance, but also about the state aid compliance. Okay. Now we move to another essential responsibility within the project implementation, which is the reporting. Horizon Europe distinguishes between two complementary forms of reporting. We have continuous reporting and periodic reporting. Let's start first with the continuous reporting, which takes place throughout the lifetime of the project. It includes information such as the deliverables, milestones, output, outcomes, and other implementation data. And continuous reporting also enables the granting authority to monitor the progress, and when needed, also identify potential issues before they become something significant. Secondly, we have the periodic reporting, which takes place at the reporting interval established in the grant agreement. And they combine, so unlike continuous reporting, the periodic reports combines technical and financial information. And the financial data submitted through the periodic reports set the basis for calculating the future payments. Finally, at the end of the project, certain beneficiaries might also be required to submit a certificate on the financial statements. Where applicable, thresholds can be exceeded. Okay. Yes. To finish, we would like to also take some time on another equally important aspect of the grant agreement without the non-financial obligations. And in the recent year, we have seen increasingly attention being given to this type of obligations, in particular areas as ethics, research security, or open science. Beneficiaries must ensure proper implementation of the action, complying with ethical standards and respect the EU values that meets and also the security requirements. Another very important element that we emphasize here is the requirements concerning gender equality plans to make sure that the promotion of equal opportunities for women and men throughout the project implementations are covered. Yes. The same also applies to open data, including open access to scientific publications and, where applicable, research data. Beneficiaries are expected to protect and exploit project results correctly and appropriately. This means that protecting project results where appropriate, exploiting them effectively, and disseminating them so that society can benefit from the knowledge generated. Another important aspect concerns the transfer of ownership or the granting of exclusive licenses for project results outside the EU. In certain circumstances where such transfer could affect the strategic interests of the Union, the granting authority might object. Increasingly, these non-financial obligations receive the same level of attention during the project monitoring as financial compliance. So beneficiaries should not really disregard these considerations. These actually form an integral part of the successful project implementation. And now we are coming to the end of our presentations, which is where to find more resources or more guidance. The good news is that you are not expected to navigate these rules by your own. Whenever you have questions, you can also check the following resources that we will show, and as many common implementations uses are already addressed there. Here, as what you see in the screen, the different documents, probably you are already acquainted to these, but as mentioned, most of the times your answers are found there. Secondly, we also highlight the funding and tenders opportunity, the funding and tenders portal, where you can find the funding opportunities. And sorry, I lost it. And yes, can you hear us?
We are a bit delay and lunchtime is approaching, but this is the main source of questions we receive in our office. So we'll open the floor for one or two questions from the audience, please.
Thank you for your presentation. So my name is Valerie de Liederkirk. I'm from the Atlantic International Research Center. We have a couple of projects that have cascade funding. One of them in particular, we've come across some challenges regarding the current state of geopolitical affairs. So one of our awardees, we have to change who that awardee is going to be in the sense of who's going to get paid, not in the sense of who's going to actually perform the work on the ground, but who's going to get the cascade funding due to in national legal monetary issues, so outside of our control. Maybe you've already experienced something like this. I'm sorry, my question is quite specific to us, but we would appreciate some guidance and any rules to follow in that transfer that we'll have to make. Thank you.
I don't know the specific details of what is the issue with the final recipient, but in general terms, you know, when you establish the types of final recipients that you have in the open call for FSCP, you need to take into account the general rules on Horizon Europe. So basically, the main eligibility conditions are applied, like in the call conditions and like in the general annexes. I don't know if in this case it's a case of a security restriction, it's a case of a conflict in a country. I don't know if you can share a bit more details, or if it's something related to financial interest, but you must follow the same principles and this in a normal grant, and try to avoid the circumvention of the rules of Horizon Europe eligibility conditions. But if you can share a bit more, I can be a bit more specific in the response.
Yes, thank you. I can share more. It's just the original receiver of the cascade funds cannot receive funds anymore in their country. So we have to pass through another organization that is a national governmental organization within that country in order for them to then pay the community, if you will, the SME that, you know, is doing the work.
So basically it's a restriction, security restriction on which they cannot receive funds in euros.
It's not necessarily that they can't receive it in euros. It's just that they can't receive it because the country is in war and locked down, and their accounts have been frozen, or I'm not, I don't have all of the details probably.
Well, this would be a part of an risk assessment, but if that country, in a specific country, is eligible for funding in general for Horizon Europe in the general annexes, this final recipient should be eligible to receive final cascade funding. So this would be my general advice, without knowing which is the country and without actually checking the general annexes. But I will advise you to see which are the eligibility conditions, and if there's no restrictions, like for instance in China, to receive funding. That would be the general advice.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Rory, and your team. So we should move to the next presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Have a good day. Bye.
Our next session looks beyond project implementation and focuses on maximizing the impact of research results. Participants will discover the support services available to help bring research outcomes closer to the market. Joining us online, please welcome Lara Passante from the Directorate General for Research and Innovation of the European Commission.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Can you please share your full screen, Lara?
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. Can you share it full screen, please?
Yeah, I can't hear you well. 1 second. Now, can you speak again, maybe? Sorry about this technical glitch.
We can hear you. We can see you.
Excellent. So I'm sharing my presentation. Maybe just a few words of intro. Thanks a lot indeed for inviting us also on this key topic. So I'm the head of unit of the Common Knowledge and Data Management Service in the GRTD, and indeed our unit has among its responsibilities the dissemination and exploitation strategy.
Can you please share your full screen? We're seeing it in presenter mode.
Yeah. Now you should see it full screen.
Yes, it's fine now.
Great. And among our responsibilities, indeed, we have these dissemination and exploitation strategy. I will try to be brief for time constraints, which I understand you have, and focused really on how we are supporting beneficiaries to exploit their results, to make the best out of it in the context, obviously, of Horizon Europe, of the legal obligation that comes with it, but also in terms of opportunities that are at hand when it comes to the exploitation of their results. So here on the Y, I wanted just to share a concrete example of a project, in fact, that dates back from FP7, the project Caring, that contributed to airlines for the reduction of industry nuisance and gases. Here you have their project results, data set on flights indicator, best practices, cost savings for airlines, and policy recommendations. Then these were turned into key exploitable results that were disseminated and exploited, also with a go-to-market plan, and based on that, uptaken by major airlines. And here, by doing that, the beneficiaries managed to achieve a scientific impact with new knowledge they have produced, a societal impact for the green global economy, as well as an economic impact. And the link here is precisely this dissemination and exploitation. I mentioned it very briefly. My colleague also pointed to these legal obligations, but as I mentioned, this is also an opportunity. Maybe I don't need to spend too much time on the legal basis for that in the Horizon Europe regulation, where it's about best effort to exploit their results, then also in terms of disseminating the results. It's accompanied, as my colleague showed you, by provisions that better explains what it means and how to go about it in the model grant agreement. So I will not come back on that. Maybe just a few key concepts here. What is a result? It can be tangible or intangible output data, but as well as knowledge and information. When it's considered to become a key exploitable result, it's when it's really creating or has the potential to create impact. Communication, I think it's pretty obvious. The dissemination, it's circulating the results publicly, whereas the exploitation is the usage of results in further activities other than those that are prescribed by the grant agreement. Here again, a bit of repetition. Dissemination is public disclosure of results. As soon as this is possible in publicly available format, obviously, if there are any restrictions that are imposed by the call or by the domain, this would supersede, obviously. Open science, fair principle for the data, accessibility, findability, interoperability, and reusability. When we turn to exploitation, the timeline is a bit different. As already mentioned, is the use of results in further research and innovation activities. And here the efforts, obviously, they can start when this is really there to create an impact, so might not be from day one, but it lasts as a best effort to be provided up to 4 years after the end of the action. Again, here exploitation would mean also in terms of using in further activities also through third party that would exploit it when possible and appropriate. And then where I mentioned that we also provide support to beneficiaries for doing that, if the results are not exploited within 1 year after the end of the action, then we put at the disposal of beneficiaries the Horizon Results platform, and you'll see also more recently the EU Innovation Platform, although it has a bit of a different dimension. I'll quickly come back on that. Here, maybe because I really want to focus on the tools and the means we provide to guide and support beneficiaries at every step, so I will not spend too much time on these slides, but maybe just a few highlights in terms of tips for effective dissemination and exploitation. Obviously, the thinking starts at the moment of the proposal, at the application stage, thinking ahead, obviously, of how you're going to disseminate and exploit their results. As mentioned, these obligations, they continue after the project ends. It's also important, and my colleague also briefly mentioned it, it's also about how you define ownership of results. Then obviously based on that, development of clear adaptive DME strategy that are aligned with the project goals. And then obviously reaching out for the support you can have at local, national level, but as well as I want to show it precisely what we can provide to you, but there we are proactive by assisting beneficiaries while they are implementing their action. So coming back to the key point here of the presentation, the toolbox, we provide support at every step. I mentioned it briefly already. We have the Horizon Result platform, which is available there for any beneficiaries, and in particular, whenever they didn't manage to exploit the result in any other ways after 1 year of the end of the project. Lately, we have launched a complementary platform, which is called the EU Innovation Platform, that is more focused on innovations and go-to-market. Basically, until June, we had the Horizon Result platform that was having both go-to-market and non-go-to-market results, also for policy, knowledge sharing. And then under the impulse of the startup scale-up strategy, we developed a complementary platform to which we are migrated actually those results from the Horizon Result platform that were innovations, so that they can benefit from matchmaking services that are more tailored to their innovations. And this is the EU Innovation Platform precisely, which we launched at the EIC Summit at the beginning of June. Here, indeed, it's really the focus on innovations. maybe a few highlights about this EU innovation platform that you can find online if you haven't yet come across it. Linked indeed to the startup scale-up strategy, it's meant to be a single digital entry point for EU-funded innovators. I mentioned it, we launched it at the EIC Summit beginning of June. It provides tailored services in terms of advisory, funding opportunities, partnerships and collaborations to support the innovation to investment journey. And because it's targeting for the time being beneficiaries, they are a registered profile, and upon consent, they can receive personalized recommendations for precisely advisory services, funding opportunities that are adapted to their sector, their needs, their innovation, and also in particular the maturity level. When I mentioned that we provide support at every step, it means that it's throughout the technology readiness level scale. So that's also very important. Obviously, there certainly will be a bias towards higher TRL in this platform, but you might also have lower TRL that are already considering and preparing well ahead for some market entry, or at least are willing to explore what are the opportunities to advance further in that direction. For the time being, I mentioned it briefly, the platform is targeted at beneficiaries, so innovators that are receiving EU funding, so they are fully part of the system. But we are already working on targeting innovators that are not yet receiving EU funding, and for the matchmaking to have also investors, corporates, and other providers of services. And so that's something that we are developing now as a second phase, I would say, of the EU innovation platform, but to become concrete and to be delivered in early 27. Here I wanted just to focus briefly on a few services that we provide through this platform, which were already available to some extent in the Horizon Result platform. So you see here the Enterprise Europe Network from DG GROW, the European IP Help Desk, the booster services. This is a framework contract of the GRTD, where we provide a series of support, again, at every step of maturity of the beneficiaries, and other partners like also business angels. Here, maybe my focus would be only on two of these services. It's the European IP Help Desk. The resources it offers is first an entry point to get started, then a link to thematic areas, then what does it mean in EU-funded R&I projects, and then particularly in business. They have a helpline where experienced legal specialists, they can assist in no more than 3 working days, the beneficiary that is reaching out to them for advice and support. And they also develop and offer training on sessions, and also, if asked, on-site workshops on the topic of IP. And then the second one I wanted to focus on, which is, as I mentioned, this framework contract of the GRTD, is the booster service. So the objective here is to help beneficiaries to gain clarity on what are actually their key exploitable results. As mentioned earlier, there are results, and then what is the delta between a result and what can be defined a key exploitable result? It's not always obvious, it's not black or white, and this is where we offer for free. I really want to emphasize that. This type of services to all beneficiaries upon their request. Then by doing that, obviously, it's also meant to accelerate their path to market, and also to put, if they have it already, again, depending on their level of maturity, a business plan into action. For doing that and covering all stages of maturity, there are 5 modules: the kickoff, again, an entry point, entry level. Then a second service, unique value proposition and key exploitable result, scanning with the beneficiaries what they have and what can be turned into, again, a unique value proposition and a key exploitable result. Developing exploitation strategy, a business plan, and then also helping them getting access to further funding and entrepreneurship support. The eligible programs, it's Horizon Europe, but also earlier framework programs. The first example I showed you was On Purpose and FP7 project because we know that many developments take place after the end of an action, and this is also why these best efforts are to be provided up to 4 years after the end of the action. In terms of configuration of eligible applicants, it can be one project. It can be a group of projects clustered if they decide to do so around a certain topic under, for instance, a given goal. It can be one organization. It can be a group of organizations. There are all sorts of possible configurations as long as it fits the purpose of the group, of the beneficiary or group of beneficiaries that have embarked in this journey together. And then maybe a very last mention, it's not the key topic of this presentation, but still we have key tools for RNI data and project information, with which I'm sure that many of you are already familiar. We have the Horizon dashboard, so it's a visualization tool for data and statistics on participation, and then Cordis, which is part of our, I would say, toolbox for dissemination, where it's really about giving visibility to projects and their output via this online repository. And this is also a quite well-known tool and instrument. So the key takeaways here is really that there is more than the actions prescribed in the grant agreement. And here the aim is to aim for impact that also goes beyond the grant agreement and the action as such. Again, it's a legal obligation, but it's an opportunity to make the most of the results. And a key point, and really I think the heart of this presentation here as a key takeaway, is that support is available at every step. And regardless of the maturity and regardless of the domain and the topic. That would be my last slide. Thanks a lot. And I'm happy to take a few questions if time allows.
Thank you, Lara, for your very interesting presentation. The impact and the exploitation are one of the main targets of Horizon Europe. Once again, we are a bit late, but we still have room for 1 or 2 questions. I think the lunch time is approaching, so... Okay, 1 question.
Hello, thank you very much for the very clear presentation. My name is Diana Loza, and I'm currently the co-coordinator of a Horizon project. And I was wondering regarding this platform that you showed, the innovation platform. So the services that are there, I was just exploring, and it seems that there are some services that are provided by private collaborators. So how, for instance, someone that is in a Horizon project can have access to this support in terms of, are they free of charge? Do we have to pay something? Does it depend? Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thanks a lot for the question. So indeed, we are expanding here the range of services. It's a continuous work. I also want to emphasize, maybe before replying to your question, that we have a vetting process where obviously it's not whoever comes with its services. We obviously check, and it's part of a broader strategy. For instance, there is the business acceleration services for the EIC projects. There it's free of charge for them. So there are different, I would say, layers of eligibility. And here the reply would be it's case by case, but at least the majority of what is offered now to EU beneficiaries, it's free of charge. Then the moment we open up the platform beyond EU beneficiaries in the second phase, then obviously it will be for innovators that might also want to pay, depending again, in particular on these additional services. But as it stands for the EU beneficiaries, it's free of charge. That's where we stand. But again, it's it's an evolving mode where month after month, with the colleagues who are really in charge of these topics from a policy side, we would be mapping additional service providers and then assessing whether they make sense and how we onboard them and what they can offer to our beneficiaries and in what way. So that's the answer at that stage.
Okay, thank you so much, Lara. If you have any more questions, you can talk with us NCPs on the break. Once again, thank you, Lara.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you. We will now break for lunch. The programme will resume at 2 p.m. Please enjoy your lunch break and the opportunity to network. We look forward to welcoming you back this afternoon.
Ei, ei.
E como é que eu consigo ouvi-lo a partir de onde? Daqui? Eu ouço desde onde? Se precisa de...
Ah, tem que ser aqui. Tá tudo passando pela mesa.
Ou seja, vais-te ouvir.
Hello? Can you listen to me? I can't listen to you right now. I can't listen to you. Is your mic muted or something? Okay, yeah, now I can listen to you. Yeah, cool.
Se ela quiser já... eu não estou a ouvir. Sorry, I'm Teresa. I'm doing here the event. I can't hear you. My colleague who is the sound technician is hearing you. I'm not. But if you want to share your presentation now, it can be already prepared. And when you start, it's already open.
Ela prefere se apresentar primeiro e depois mostrar a apresentação.
Okay. Okay. Well, it's working, so if you prefer to present yourself first, it's okay. And then you share your slides.
Ela quer saber se dá para ver a plateia.
Yes, we didn't start now, I don't know, but you will see it. Ah, sim, desculpa. Então, está a perguntar se ela vai ver o público, vai ver, certo? Sim. Sorry, Angela? You will see the audience when you start, okay? When the voiceover will talk to you, presenting you, you can start, okay? Thank you.
Welcome back. We will now begin the afternoon sessions with a presentation on ex-post controls. The session will provide practical guidance on preparing for financial audits and avoiding common implementation errors. Joining us online is Angela Alvarez from the Directorate General for Research and Innovation of the European Commission. Welcome, Angela.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to all. Would it be possible to see the audience? Thank you. That's much better. Well, it's very nice to see you. Nice to join you for this afternoon session. I hope you had a good lunch and you managed to grab a coffee to be able to face this very interesting session about audits. I know it's not the most exciting subject, but I'll try to keep you awake. So bear with me. So Angela Alvarez, I work for DGRTD. And I've been working for the Common Audit Service for the past 6 years. And through this time, I've been able to learn a lot about how the beneficiaries are working with the program and what are the main errors that we see in Horizon Europe audits. And today, I want to share with you that experience and go with you through the main parts of the program that are most difficult to deal with, and also to help you prepare or give you some ideas of how to prepare for an audit, which can be a daunting experience, and I understand. So let me share my presentation.
You're good to go, Angela.
Very good. Thank you. Let me start with a short story. A few months ago, someone I know gave me a call. And she said, Angela, I need help. What happened? Well, she had received a letter and she was going to be audited. She's a researcher in a Dutch university. And her first reaction when she got this letter was, really, just give me a call and ask for help. I said, what are you going to do? She said, the first thing is do not panic. An audit, it's nothing to be fearful of. We're just going to go there to see if all the action has been implemented according to the rules. I'm sure you have all done that. You've done the work, so there's nothing to worry about. However, it's time to prepare for it. When you receive that letter, that dreadful morning when you receive that letter, open it. And first thing you have to do is read it thoroughly and understand what is going to be audited, which project, which periods, what are you being asked. Make sure you understand clearly what is going on. It will ask you to go to your tenders portal, the F&T portal, and update the contact details of your layer if they are not up to date, and also to appoint an audit contact point, or AUCO. This person is very important because that person is going to be the one that is going to be in contact with the auditors throughout the whole process. And they are going to be accompanying you through it. So make sure it's someone that knows the project and knows the organization very well. Also, go to your calendar. Check what are the verification visit days that you can propose. Look for 2, 3 options. Don't stay just with one. Make sure that your dates, your calendar can meet also with the calendar of the auditors. Don't wait too long. After you receive the letter, try to organize the visit of the auditors within 1 to maximum 2 months. Then go and check your maths. Make sure that your financial statements agree with your accounting records. And I cannot make enough emphasis on this. Having reconciled financial statements with accounting records is essential. If an auditor finds that the numbers don't tie up, that there are differences, and those differences cannot be explained, it's already an indication that there are issues with internal control procedures of the beneficiaries. So you really, really want to make sure that it ties up, and if it doesn't, explain why. What are the differences? And make sure you have that available already before the auditors come to you. Then gather all the documents. You will be given in the letter 3 annexes. Those annexes will list a series of documents that you have to provide either before the audit, that you have to upload in tenders portals by a certain date. Make sure you do it on time. And also a list of other audit documents that you will need to provide while on site. You will also need to provide a breakdown of costs, which is, as I said, the list of costs you have claimed broken down to the detail according to your accounting records. And you will have no surprises. Everything the auditors are going to do, it's laid down in the indicative audit program, which you can check in the F&T portal. If you have any questions, the contact details of the auditor, either if it's the auditors of the Commission or the external audit firms that have been contracted by the Commission, you will have the contact details in the letter. Any questions, really give them a call and make sure everything is clear before they arrive on site. You've done preparation work and the fieldwork is impeding. As soon as the auditors are arriving or just before, make sure you are prepared, that you have the right people in place, that everyone that should be answering the questions of the auditors are present during their visit, and that all the documents are organized and ready. I say emphasis on organized because it's easier to follow a set of documents that follow a logic of the cost categories than if the auditor has to figure out what is what and where belongs where. During the visit, get ready to answer a lot of questions. We auditors are curious and would like to understand how you work, understand how your systems work, and how you manage to implement the project. So that's the opportunity to show what you have done and how you have done it. And they will have a lot of requests, because sometimes the information we have received is not enough, something is not clear, and it's the right time to answer those questions, because it's easier to explain to someone in front of you how you calculated the personnel cost than trying to explain all the different parts of the formula or the cost that you've claimed through an email or through a conference call. So make the most out of this fieldwork visit. And then at the end of the visit, the auditors will propose you to organize a closing meeting of the fieldwork visit. Maybe it's just an exit meeting or whatever they want to call it, closing of exit. In that meeting, the purpose is that you know where are we with the audit, what are the preliminary findings, what is missing, what questions are still pending to be answered, and also to explain you what is the timeline of the process, what are the next steps, when are you going to receive the audit report, and when is the contradictory, and so on. So make sure it's very clear which elements are missing and which deadline you have, and make sure to meet that deadline. At this moment, at this point of time, the auditors will present you preliminary findings. That means that after the fieldwork, and once you provide all those documents that may be missing or not, the auditors will check again the work, will check all the information, and there might be other findings. But in principle, you should already know what are the issues and if there are any findings already established. After a few, I would say, months, you will receive the draft audit report. You receive it, and it's your time to review it in detail. Make sure you understand the findings. Make sure you understand what is the basis, what was the error. If you have any questions, if you don't understand what one of the findings is about, you can always contact the auditor and ask for clarification. In your reply, make sure you provide clear comments and any supporting documents that you think are necessary to maybe reverse the findings or revise them. This is your opportunity to provide that missing information that maybe was not ready by the time the previous deadline passed, or any documents you might have found in your archives that might support that one cost that was not supported. And if you think there's not enough time because you have a particular issue and it's justified, you can always ask for an extension with the 30 calendar day deadline, but make sure it's justified. The request has to be submitted to the auditors in charge, either those of the Commission or to the external audit firms. Again, after a few months, depending on the complexity of the file, you will receive a final audit report, accompanied by a letter of conclusion. The final audit report is your opportunity to learn what can be improved in your systems, what can be improved in your procedures, what parts do you understand correctly going forward, how to improve and make it better next time, or maybe for the next reporting period or the next Horizon Europe project you are involved in. In the letter of conclusion, you will be explained what are the next steps of the process. The audit findings will first be implemented. They will explain you how, depending if they are positive, negative, or if there are no findings. If the findings are systemic or not. If they are systemic or potentially systemic or recurrent, the letter will explain the extension process and what you have to do about it. So it's also very important a document to read and become familiar with. But my advice is really don't wait until the audit. Don't wait until you receive that letter. Be ready during project implementation. Start getting ready. First, become acquainted with your legal obligations. Read the grant agreement, and not only that, the annotations to the grant agreement. Those are very important. There's a lot of detail there that is very useful to understand how to apply each of the rules. Different cases, exceptions, calculation explanations. So the annotated grant agreement should really become part of your daily life during project implementation. Then create already your project file. Start putting together all those documents you're going to be needing for personal costs. Think of contracts, calculations of rates, time records, any absences records, anything that is required to justify the cost. Think of equipment costs, invoices, or depreciation calculations. The same for other goods and services. Travel costs, make sure all the travel requests are complete. Get ready that project file, not only for you. I'm sure your accounting department will be very happy as well, but also the auditors, when they come, they will be very happy, and you will as well, because the audit will be easy. And if you're not ready, what happens? Well, the errors could be very costly. And let's go through those expensive or costly errors and how you can avoid them. First of all, no supporting documents. Said before, having the documents is essential. It's actually a requirement. All your costs, when we're talking about actual cost grants, have to be supported by evidence, but that is reliable and that it shows that you have actually incurred the cost and that it complies with all the requirements of the grant agreement. We have cases, unfortunately, where beneficiaries do not have the supporting documents and there are adjustments proposed. The worst case recently was one where the beneficiary unfortunately went into bankruptcy and the liquidation process did not allow access to any of the documents of the project, and all the costs had to be considered ineligible. That's an extreme case, but the impact of lack of supported documents can be from very small to very costly. Then we have cases recently as well of a cost not being incurred by an entity in the grant agreement. Some of you might be part of a big multinational group, a big economic group, maybe a Portuguese group or a European, and you might have a HQ somewhere in another country, and you might be a part of the group, or vice versa. But if and in a day-to-day basis, you work seamlessly, you don't make a difference between which entity is doing what. However, for the Horizon Europe, if someone from another entity linked to yours is doing work for the project, if they are giving you some kind of equipment or some kind of supplies, they have to be part of the grant agreement. They have to be mentioning it. If not, then the cost will be ineligible. And that's happened recently as well. We had a case in which a beneficiary signed the grant agreement and seamlessly the work was done by one of its affiliated entities. 100% of the costs were considered ineligible. And that's something we don't really want to see. We also have cases with equipments. Equipment between Horizon Europe and Horizon 2020 changed a little bit. And now Horizon Europe, depreciation is the default way of claiming the costs. Go to your data sheet in the grant agreement and you will see if you can claim full purchase costs. That is the exception. So make sure it's mentioned you can claim purchase cost. If not, calculate your depreciation as you would usually do it. Your usual accounting practice. If you're not using the equipment according fully on the project, make sure you have a measurable and auditable way of calculating the part of the use for the project. Because again, this has resulted recently in findings with a high value. Other type of findings that have a very costly, missing or unreliable time records. I'll go later on detail on this issue. And wrong calculation of the daily rate or maximum daily equivalents. Again, I'll go in detail after. And deductible VAT. This is a rule that has been around for a long, long time. From many framework programs, I think since FP7, FP6 already, I have a memory that VAT that is refundable, that is deductible, should not be claimed as a cost in in projects funded by the Commission. And even if you don't want to reclaim it from your national authority, if you don't intend to do it, the fact that you have the possibility of reclaiming that VAT makes it ineligible. So make sure you exclude it from the cost claim. And yes, it can be costly. Imagine a piece of equipment of a very considerable amount that has VAT in it, and you claim the cost of VAT, and then it can be considered ineligible, the VAT I mean. And that takes us to the most common errors. And as you know, or you might remember, between Horizon 2020 and Horizon Europe, the main category that changed was personnel costs. And yes, you guessed it. It's there also where we see the most common errors. 60% of our errors are in that category. We have errors elsewhere as well, but not as significant as this. So for that reason, let's go through personnel costs and see what's going on. What are the most frequent errors? So we have let's call it three groups of errors. First, errors related to the daily rate. We're talking about actual costs. The errors here concern if the periodicity of the daily rate calculation, if you're doing it per full calendar year or for the per reporting period. If the daily rate is calculated using the maximum declarable days or not. Then on the calculation of the daily rates, we have issues with the rounding rule. Very easy one, but I'll come back to that. And the wrong conversion of hours to the equivalent. Then on time claimed, we have errors on time records, time recording systems not or partially compliant. That, as I said before, is a very costly error. And differences between the time claimed and the time recording system. Let's go through some of these errors. Let's start with the daily rate calculation per reporting period. This is the recommended way of calculating the daily rate. So let's go quickly through it. I try to put an example that is a bit complex. Well, complex, no, it just brings in a few elements that will help us see how to go through this calculation. So per reporting period, let's imagine this reporting period has 15 months. Then this person started a bit later after the reporting period started and had a particular work pattern. A few months, 50%, other months 100%, and then went on parental leave. How do you calculate the daily rate here? First, you have to calculate the maximum declarable days. For that, you look at the different periods in which that person had different work pattern. First, you consider the period in which that person was part-time, 50%. Attention, because this person started only working 5th of March, so you don't have the full month of March, but you have 2.86 months, so part of March, April, and May. Then you have the period where that person was working full-time, that's 10 months. Until the end of, if we look at the end of the reporting period, that person was employed for 10 months during full parental leave. And of those 10 months, that person was employed in full time. And during those 10 months, 2 of those months were spent on parental leave. So you deduct those months spent on parental leave. You have then the maximum declarable days. Attention, this has to be rounded to the closest, rounded up or down to the nearest half-day equivalent. And again, and when you convert the number of days, when you calculate how many days have this person worked, make sure you consider 1 month equal to 30 days. That's one of the keys in this conversion. Then once you have your maximum day equivalence, you can calculate your daily rate using the remuneration cost of the period that person was working at your entity. Attention, it's not the number of months that person was working on the project. It's the period of employment. So she started working in March 22, finished in March 23, and you take then the maximum day equivalence you calculated. That's the daily rate. But let's imagine that for some reason, you prefer to calculate the daily rate per calendar year. This is also an option. Oops, or something happened with the image here. So first you calculate the maximum declarable day equivalence for 2022. Again, we look at the periods of the months in which that person changed work pattern, and you calculate the maximum declarable days. And then you calculate the daily rate for 2022. Attention again, this is from the moment that person started working at your entity until the end of the year, so December. And divided by those calendar maximum declarable days. And for 23, you do the same. You take the number of months in 2023, which in this case is 3 months. And in those 3 months, that person was working full time, and you deduct the months that fall in that period that are of parental leave. Don't forget to run your maximum day equivalents to the closest half day, and then you take those the remuneration cost of those 3 months to calculate the rate. It's very similar. It's just you have more. And now let's have a look at the conversion of hours to the equivalents. Let me just have. Many beneficiaries, I guess plenty of you, have time recording systems in hours. However, the grant agreement for Horizon Europe requires you to report in day equivalents. So once per person, per reporting period and per person, you need to convert those hours to the equivalents. How? So you take the hours worked by the person worked during the reporting period and divide it by the number of hours of a day equivalent. But we all know that different entities have different day equivalents. And the grant agreement gives you the options. One option is you take a standard 8 hours for the day equivalent. If your entity wants to work with working hours according to contract, because different persons have different employment contracts, then you take the contractual hours, either being per day or per month. Or if your entity actually prefers works with standard productive hours, then you also have the option of calculating like that. Make sure to select the option that works better for your organization and use it consistently. It should not change between one project or the other. It should not change between 1 year or the other. Be consistent in use. If you will need to change it, can be done once a year, but then you have to change all the actions or the projects in which you're working, because it has to be the same option has to be applied across all actions. So my advice, try to be as consistent as possible. And if you can avoid a change, please do so. The procedure to make if you want to change of option, it's explained in the annotated grant agreement. And don't forget that when you convert the hours to the equivalents, you have to round them to the closest equivalent. And this rounding is only, again, done at the end of the reporting period when you're really ready to calculate the final number of costs. You don't round per month, you don't round per week, you don't round per semester, you round at the end of the reporting period, or at the end of the calendar year if you are using the calendar year method. Then we also mentioned that we have issues with the time recording system. So in the grant agreement, annotated grant agreement, you have a template with a minimum level of information that the Commission requires. And those minimum information are the minimum requirements that we consider is necessary to consider a time recording system as reliable. I'm not going to go through each of them, but just so you have them in mind, I'll explain why is this important. Let's go through requirement number 4, number of days per month worked on a project. Yes, that's an essential one. Because if we don't have the number of days recorded on the project, the time recording system is considered by the auditors not reliable. And what happens in that case, they're going to have to go through a process of alternative evidence. I'll explain what that means. If any other criteria are missing, then the auditors assess that there are deficiencies and they try to look for additional evidence to cover those deficiencies. If that additional evidence is not enough, then they will go through the procedure of alternative evidence. I'll explain you these two procedures with an example. So we had a case of a company that merged with another company. So there was a merger, and the beneficiary that was absorbed actually used to have time recording system while they implemented the project. But when the merger happened, that time recording system became inaccessible. They didn't have access to it anymore. It was an electronic version, and it was not possible then to support the time they have claimed. The auditors had to then initiate alternative evidence procedure. What does it mean? They had to provide, the beneficiary had to provide any kind of documents, any kind of evidence they could find to prove that the work had been done, by whom, how much time had that taken, and how was it done. It's quite cumbersome because it can range from email tracks to calendar records to deliverables to lab reports, really, really to the detail, because that alternative evidence is assessed according to 3 criteria. The auditor should be able to identify the person that worked, who did the job that you're showing me that document. How was it linked to the project? Is it is it linked to one of the work packages? Was there a task in the task description? And is it possible to quantify the time? You can show me an email saying this person submitted a report, but if I cannot tell how much time that person spent on that email or that report, it's not possible to quantify the time. So that's why this is very cumbersome, because it's not enough with one document. You really need a lot of evidence. Then the result of this particular case was that some of the time claim was justified and accepted, some of it. We've had cases where none of the time is accepted, It's very, very rare if we have a case of no time records that we can accept all the time. We also had cases where some of the criteria were missing of the other criteria. And in these cases, the auditors had to look for additional evidence. And in terms of additional evidence, while they are on site, they try to do interviews, they try to do to request other procedures, to request documents. And just pay attention, this list here or in the previous slide is not exhaustive, it's just examples. It can be anything that you have and you can provide. It will change from audit to audit, it will change from project to project. So this is just an example. When they assessed this additional evidence, they were able to fill in the blanks, let's put it like that. So for example, if the signatures of the supervisor were just mentioned, but no name or no date, then they tried to figure out if the signature presented in time records corresponds to, I don't know, the employment contract, and they were able to match both. And then they went through a different set of interviews or reviews to assess how often were the time records reviewed. So that's what happened in this case. And actually, as a result, the time claim was justified and accepted in totality in this particular example. And with that, I come to an end. I would like to just leave you with 3 takeaways. First, personal costs is the most important cost category. It attracts the largest part of the budget and is the one most vulnerable. So pay attention to the results, to the rules, and make sure you understand them and you apply them correctly. Second, well-known rules, just like VAT or depreciation, are still source of errors. So just pay attention to it, especially if you are a newcomer to Horizon Europe. Become familiar with the grant agreement. And finally, pay attention to those errors that are not so frequent, but that could be very costly. And with that, I thank you for your attention and look forward to your questions.
Okay, I think now it's working. So thank you so much, Angela, for this great presentation with concrete examples. I agree with you, I know it could be a daunting process, but it's really key for beneficiaries of actual costs to know exactly what to expect. So my name is Pedro Miranda, I am a legal and finance NCP alongside with my colleague Alexandre, and we are always here to help you, but it's now you have a great opportunity to ask questions to the Commission. So don't be shy. Audits are a fine subject to deal after lunch, so please, if you have any questions, go for it. Don't be shy. If you don't have any, I have a couple, but I want you guys to have the opportunity.
Maybe I didn't manage to keep everyone awake. I hope.
Okay. Perhaps I will break the ice with one question. So sure. We always have this recurrent question regarding time record system. So we understand that the Commission has a template that we always recommend, but large RTOs and large institutions usually prefer to use their own time record system. And what we like to understand if you suggest this also to these large universities that have multiple projects, because what AGA says is that we should have a time record system per project, per person. So we'd like your input on this, because we really dealt with this question sometimes.
Sure. The annotated grant agreement says you have to have time records. It doesn't say that you have to have one per project. The monthly declarations are the ones per project. However, if you have any other time recording system that is reliable, you can use it. And it has plenty of projects. Fine, you can use it. It can report productive time and non-productive time. Yes, you can use it, as long as you have in that time recording system, maybe electronic or other, all the information that we need. So the auditors should be able to identify that a time recording system is yours, that the persons working recording time are your employees, that it's possible to identify the project, be it by the grant agreement number or title, that it's possible to identify the work packages. I mean, all those criteria. As long as it's in your system, we're okay. If it meets all the requirements, the minimum criteria, then it's considered reliable. And even if, let's say, it's not all over the place your name in the time records, in the time recording system, but we can actually see how you enter it through, through your intranet or through a specific portal for only your employees can access. Then we can accept that that's part of the additional evidence part. So yes, you can use an alternative time recording system as long as we have all the information in it.
Great, and just a little bit of provocation. Are the external auditors expecting to have the Commission template, or are they aware that we understand this is possible, but sometimes when you talk with companies that are being audited, we felt that the external expert was expecting the Commission template. So
they are aware that it's possible. It's part of the indicative overview program. If you check it on the funding and portal, it's there. It's a possibility because the AGA, the Notary Grant Agreement, provides, the grant agreement provides itself saying either you can use the monthly declarations or a reliable alternative time recording system. So it should be no surprise that you have that one. In fact, if you keep two, say you keep a parallel time recording system that you use on a daily basis, and then you keep monthly declarations just for us, then it's actually extra work because you have to be able to reconcile both. And if there are differences, then there's a finding. So you don't want that. So it's better to have one system that meets all the requirements.
Great, thanks. Okay, good. You have a first question in the audience. I don't know if someone could have the mic. Yeah, okay, it's there. Can you raise your hand, please? Or just, yeah, thanks.
Hello. Thank you for the presentation. I have just a quick question following the previous one. Is Excel files reliable time recording systems according when you do it as an Excel internal document, but also with the accounting system? So can we present our time recording systems within these two documents, like accounting and Excel files? They can be printable and signed by the director, for example, but it's a very easy way to record the time of the team.
The grant agreement doesn't have a preference for any type of software. So you can choose the electronic tool that suits you better. Just pay attention that when you have if you use Excel records, if you're going to use them completely as an electronic system, that it meets the requirements that you have to have a way of ensuring that only the persons authorized to record time can access them, that you have a way of ensuring no modification, and if modification is made, that there is a log of the changes, and that it's possible to sign electronically. If you're going to use it electronically. If you're going to use it and then print it and then sign it by hand, that's also possible. There's no expression especially prohibited to use them. So you can choose the platform that you want as long as it's reliable and it has the information.
Yes, okay, thank you.
I don't know if you have, yeah, great.
Hello, so my name is Olivia from KPMG. I have a specific question. The timing from the audits, they occur during project implementation or only after the project is ending?
Both. Can occur at any time. Actually, they're triggered by the payments. So we wait until the first payments have been processed, and once a reporting period has been paid, it's already eligible for being audited. So meaning if it enters in the population where we select the audits. So it can happen after the project is finished, it can happen during implementation, as long as already a period has been closed and paid.
Good. Do you have any additional questions? Okay. Angela, I have another one. Sorry for monopolizing, but you usually have this question, how a project is selected for an audit. We know there's a sample, but sometimes there are some key risks. Can you just explain a little bit how a project could be audited before the whole sample?
Well, just to tell you that any project can be audited. All the projects that have reporting periods that have been paid are part of the population. So it can be a very big one, it can be a very small one, doesn't matter. The monetary value doesn't matter. There is a statistical process followed internally to select the projects, the periods to be audited. It's really a complicated statistical model. I cannot really explain the details. I just know that every project has the same probability of being selected.
Good. I don't see any raised hands, so I want to really thank you so much for your presentation, for these great examples. I think it were really, really helpful. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Angela. Our next session focuses on the Horizon Europe evaluation process. Participants will gain insights into recent developments, including the use of ex aequo and artificial intelligence in proposal evaluation. Please welcome back Isabel Vergara from the Directorate General for Research and Innovation of the European Commission.
Hello again, good afternoon to everyone. Annabella asked us to present, because we are not doing this presentation in every member state, but Annabella asked us to present how we deal with the ex aequo criteria. I will explain later what this is. Yeah. And also to present you some statistics that we have done about the number of proposals that we are receiving. We are receiving more and more proposals. And some statistics that we have done about whether this increase in the number of proposals is also affecting the quality of the proposals. Yeah. The slides also include information about artificial intelligence, but I will pass over these slides very quickly because these are the same as the one I presented this morning. Yeah. So these are the 3 points I wanted to give you some information. I will start with the ex aequo ranking criteria. So I hope you are aware what I am talking about. These ex aequo ranking criteria are the criteria that we published in the general annexes of the work program, and are the criteria that we use to decide the ranking of proposals with the same scores. Yeah. So as you know, after the evaluation, we have a list of proposals. We rank the proposals following the total score, and we may have a group of proposals that have the same score, and if we know that the outcome of all the proposals in this group will be the same, so either they will all be rejected or they will all be funded, then we don't need to rank them. Yeah. However, the problem comes when we have the funding threshold in the middle of a group of proposals with the same score. And then, of course, we need to rank those proposals, and we publish the criteria that we use to rank those proposals. And you have here these 5 criteria, and we apply this criteria in order. So when we have a group of proposals with the same score, we first look those proposals in this group that cover aspects of the call not already covered by higher ranked proposals. If we find such a proposal, then this proposal will be at the top of the ranking of the group. If we have find 2 proposals that cover aspect not covering by other higher ranked proposals, the 2 proposals will be at the top of the ranking, but we still need to rank these 2 proposals. And then we go to the next criteria. The next criteria that we apply is that we look into the score of the criterion excellence, and then we put higher in the rank the proposals that have a higher score in the excellence. This we do it for RIAs, and for innovation actions, we look first into the criterion of impact. Yeah. If we cannot rank these proposals because the individual scoring in these individual criteria are the same, then we go to the next one, and then we look into the gender balance of the researchers now with a leading role, as declared in the researchers table in the proposal. If still this gender balance is the same in the proposals, then we look into the geographical diversity, and we define geographical diversity and we put higher in the ranking those proposals that include countries which do not participate in the higher rank proposals. And if with these 4 criteria we can still not rank the proposals, then we ask the panel of experts, please think in another criteria. It's what we call other factors, maybe participation of SMEs, I don't know, something very specific to the call. But once it is defined, then we keep applying the same other factors for the same topic. Yeah. So as I mentioned, we don't apply this ex aequo ranking criteria in all cases of proposals with the same score, because we don't waste our time if the outcome of all proposals in the group will be the same. So we really focus in two specific scenarios, which is when the funding threshold falls in the middle of a group of proposals with the same score, and also to rank reserved list proposals, because the order of the reserved list proposals has influence in the ranking, so in the possibilities to fund this proposal. Of course, the first proposal in the reserve list has more probability to be funded than the second one. Yeah. So these are the ex aequo criteria, and we did an analysis of how often we apply these ex aequo criteria in the two situations I mentioned, only in these two situations. And then we saw that in 23% of the topics of Horizon Europe, we had to apply these ex aequo criteria. So this means that for those topics, there are proposals with the same scores with different outcomes. So some of them will be funded, some of them will be in the reserve list. It could also be that some of them are rejected. Yeah. So we have done this analysis in two moments of time, in 2023 and this year in 2026. And these two analyses have also given the possibility to see whether we have differences with the time. And indeed, we notice a big difference. So in the previous slide, I presented the use of ex aequo criteria in all years of Horizon, from 2021 until 2025. And here you have the same statistics in two moments of time, 2023 and 2025. So from 2021, 2023, and from 2023, 2025. And as you see, in the latest years, we apply more often the ex aequo criteria. And why is this? So we believe that the reason is because we are receiving more and more proposals in our topics, so the probability to have proposals with the same score is higher. Yeah. This is the reason we think. Why is this increase in the use of ex aequo criteria? And what is the criteria that is the most used? Yeah, you see here the five criteria. So the first one is not very commonly used, yeah, because when we are applying the ex aequo criteria, this is normally not on the top proposals, so we have already proposals already higher in the rank, covering probably most of the aspects of the goal. And then the second one is the most used, is the one looking into the criterion excellence and impact and excellence for innovation actions. And then also the third one is very commonly used, which is the gender balance. Yeah. The other two, the geographical diversity and the other criteria, are also very rarely used. This is for all the years of Horizon from 2021 to 2025, and then we see what happened with the two periods of time in which we have done this analysis. And what we noticed is that in the last years of Horizon Europe, we are using more and more the gender balance criterion and a bit less the criteria looking into the excellence and impact. And the reason we believe is precisely the same. So we are receiving more and more proposals, and also the probability to have proposals with exactly the same scores in excellence and impact is also higher. So therefore, this criterion, this ex aequo criterion, cannot be used, and we need to go to the next one, which is the gender balance, which is most probably the one that will decide, because it's very difficult to have proposals with exactly the same gender balance. Just one comment. When we look into the gender balance, we look exactly into that. So we prioritize proposals that are closer to 50% men, 50% women. Yeah. So we are not looking to proposals that include more women, no. So the proposal that will be higher in the ranking will be the proposal closer to the gender balance, so 50-50. Yeah. We have also looked into the cases in which we need to apply the exequo criteria into the proposals with the highest score in the ranking. We are doing this because when we thought about this exequo criteria, when we designed, also in consultation with the member states, this exequo criteria, we had in mind always that we will never apply this exequo criteria to proposals with the highest score. But we see that we had to do this more and more. And we need to be careful with these situations because in those cases, the criterion number 1 aspects of the call cannot apply because we don't have higher ranked proposals to look at. The scores, the criterion looking into the scores, excellence and impact can only work if the highest score in the topic is not the maximum one, 15. If it is 15, can also not apply because the score, excellence and impact will be the same in all proposals in the group. And the gender balance criteria will be the most likely applied criterion. The geographical diversity faces also limitations. Yeah. It could also apply if after applying the gender criteria of the scores excellence and impact, we had 2 different groups, and then when we ranked the second group, we can apply the geographical diversity because we can look into higher ranked proposals. Otherwise, this criterion also do not apply in this scenario. So we are looking into these situations with thinking in how we are going to design these exequo criteria in the next framework program, and also taking into account that most probably this will apply more often. Yeah, because we keep receiving more and more proposals. So how often this situation happens? So as I remind you, these are statistics for topics in which we apply the exequo criteria in a group of proposals with the highest score in the topic. We have not that many topics, it's about 5% of the topics. And this highest score varies from the maximum one, which is 15, until 10, which is the minimum one, because the threshold is in 10. We have one case in team. But most of the cases, and it's also very problematic because when we have the maximum score of 15, the exequo criteria work even worse. Yeah. So, so we have these cases, but we also see that with time, we have more and more situations like this. So with time, and the reason is probably because the number of proposals that we receive that is increasing every year. So we have more and more situations in which we have to apply the exequo criteria in the group of proposals with the highest score. This is looking into the highest score, could be from 15 to 10, but looking only into those cases of 15, so the maximum score, we also see that we have more and more cases from the start of the framework program. And yes, this is one of the problems that we see, but probably not the most important one, that we have with this situation in which we are receiving more and more proposals in our topics. Just to remind you, because I know there are many questions, so we changed in 2025 the gender balance criterion. Before 2025, we were looking into the gender of all researchers in the researchers table. From 2025 on, for the gender balance criterion, we only look into the researchers with a leading role as declared in the researchers table. We only look into this. So if you don't declare a researcher with a leading role in this table, it will not be considered, even if in the text of the proposal, you explain that this person has a leading role. Yeah. So we are only looking into the gender of researchers with a leading role in the project as declared in the researchers table. And we have also published a definition of what a researcher with a leading role means. You have it in a portal FAQ. You have the link there. And you also have the definition here. This definition, we released it also in agreement with the gender unit, the unit in RTD in dealing with gender aspects, and also our legal unit. So this is all about Execo criteria. I have information about the use of artificial intelligence that is just an introduction for the next section, but I will not repeat because it's exactly the same as I presented this morning. So we have two aspects, use of artificial intelligence for preparation of proposals and also for evaluation. And then we also notice these oversubscription trends, and you have here the statistics. As you can see, and you see in this graphic, the number of proposals we have received in Horizon 2020, the orange line, and in Horizon Europe so far. So as you can see, in Horizon 2020, the number of proposals that we received across all the years of the program was quite stable. And so was in Horizon Europe until last year. Yeah. So in 2025, we have received really, really high increase in proposals. You see there this increase. And as I mentioned this morning, this creates problem for us. It's very difficult to organize evaluations with so many proposals. And also, we have a very limited time to finish our evaluations. And it's also very difficult to find experts without conflict of interest for so many proposals. So this is for the whole Horizon Europe, for the standard calls, as you see there. And we also looked into the different parts of the program. So these are absolute numbers, so absolute number of proposals received. As you can see, we see increase in all parts of the program. But this increase is more accurate, is more, you see it more in mono-beneficiary calls, like the Marie-Claude-Curie actions and the ERC. These are absolute number of proposals, but we know also that we do not open the same number of calls every year. We do not offer the same amount of funding every year. So we also wanted to see whether this increase is also visible if we look into relative number of proposals compared to the budget available to the call. So you see these relative numbers here. For the ERC, the increase is not, you see an increase, but it's not as high as in the Marie-Claude-Curie actions. And you see also increase in most of the clusters. However, in some of them, for instance, in cluster 6, or in research infrastructure or in widening, it was really not increase of number of proposals relative to the budget available last year. So why this increase? So we believe that we are receiving more and more proposals because one of the reasons is that participants are using more and more generative artificial intelligence tools, and it's easier for them to prepare proposals. This is one of the reasons we believe it's happening, but it's not the only one. Yeah. So it could also be that our topics are more open. It could also be a reason. It could also be that financing at national level is lower these latest years. So it could be many reasons, but I think there is a kind of consensus that the use of artificial intelligence tools is contributing a lot into this increase of number of proposals. So with this in mind, we wanted to know, okay, so participants are using more and more artificial intelligence tools, but is this giving rise to a higher quality of the proposals? And in order to check this, we also made an analysis of the distribution of the total scores. So at the left, you have absolute numbers, but I think the most informative one is the graphic at the right with percentage, so normalized numbers. And you see that really the distribution of total scores is quite stable, across the year. So we really don't see an increase of the quality of the proposals. So we see more proposals with higher quality because we receive more proposals. But the distribution, we believe, is quite stable. And if you represent the normalized, the percentage scores in a different type of graph, like this one, you also see more clearly the evolution with the years. So if you look into the white arrow there, so it has the same length for the 3 years. And as you can see, from the year 2021 and 2022, and this white arrow is looking into the highest score proposals with 14 and 15, we see an increase already from 21 to 2022, but from this year, this is quite stable. So we really do not see an increase of proposals with the highest quality. If we look into the proposals above threshold, which you can see with the yellow arrow, also same length in the two sides of the graphic, we see a bit of increase between the first years of the program 2021 and the last year 2025, but it's very small. So we also believe that really the quality of the proposals is stable, and as I mentioned, we see more proposals with high quality simply because we receive more proposals. And this is all what I wanted to present, so if you have questions, I will be happy to reply. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Isabel, for these statistics and these detailed statistics. I really believe these two topics, exact criteria and oversubscription, are really key, and we really need to discuss this in the FP10. So now, if you have any questions, please, go ahead. And if you want to sit, Isabel, we can sit if you prefer. Yeah, I think probably it's easier,
Hi. So first, thank you for the presentation. Very enlightening. Two fast questions. One is if you're considering to add new layers to evaluation instead of 0.5, 0.25. And the other one was about the quality of the proposals. You mentioned that there was not an increase in the overall quality, but if we consider the cutting values for approved proposals, is it higher or is it more or less the same?
Is it working? Yes. Yes, I will start with the second question because I am not sure if I understood. So you mean funded proposals? Okay. Now, of course, it's higher. So we noticed that in some topics, we cannot even fund proposals with the highest score, 15, So the budget is quite stable. So we receive more proposals, meaning more proposals with high quality. Indeed, the funding threshold is higher, And we have maybe less than 10 topics in which really we could not fund proposals with 15, So and we are having more and more cases like this, Which is very problematic and very, very sad, So an excellent proposals with no negative points, maximum score, and we don't have budget to fund them all. So indeed, this is a problem. And the first question I have forgotten. Sorry.
Granularity.
Yes. No. Yes, this is a recurrent question that we discussed. There are topics like the Maria Sklodowska reactions that use decimals in the scores. But we really want to stick into the half points because, and also this is what the experts tell us, is if we allow decimal scores, this increases the arbitrarity of the decisions. For the experts, it's really difficult to to make a difference between a 3.5 and a 3.6. So it will not be possible. And then also this difference that an expert could do, probably it will not the same as the other person. So we believe that in order to keep the arbitrarity to the lowest levels, we will stick with the half have points. Yeah.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I have a question regarding the 15 grade proposals that were not funded. For the other topics where the proposals did not reach the threshold and there is some budget left that was not applied, those 15 not graded proposals, do they have a chance of being funded with the remaining budget that was not actually did not go to the proposal that did not pass the threshold, or that's not a possibility at all?
No, because every topic is independent. It has to be evaluated independently. But I understand what you mean. So in all these cases in which we could not fund all proposals with the highest score, with the maximum one, the 15, we have very much trying to find additional budget. Yeah. And in many cases, we were able to finally fund all of them, but I think not in all cases. Yeah, but indeed we do an effort to try to fund additional budgets. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Margarida Calmeiro from Itecons. I wanted to ask about this and about the high scores and the reserve list. Do you have any kind of numbers about the number of reserve list projects that were funded after all? Because we have several that have been in the reserve list, but in the end, nothing happened. So are there a percentage, numbers that show that some of those would be funded in the end?
We do have numbers, of course. I don't know them by heart, but the situations could be very different from one topic to another. Yeah. So we most probably we will not be able to extrapolate any conclusion with the numbers, because in most of the situations, when we fund proposals in the reserve list, it's because some of the already invited to start grant agreement could not finalize this grant agreement preparation, yeah, because they have problems, because, I don't know, many reasons, yeah. And these are very specific, yeah. So the probability that a reserve list proposal is funded, except for Maria's Klodowska Curie actions that I think they find more often available budget, for other topics is very low, I could say, yeah.
Thank you so much for your great talk. I just wanted to know, because as you said, it's really sad when we have 15 and the proposal is not financed. I think the definition is quite good that we have that definition, but still with the definition for the gender balance, I still have some doubts that I would like to know if you can clarify. It is expected to have at least one leading per beneficiary. A work package leader is supposed to be a leading. Can we have 2 leadings per beneficiary? So this is all kind of questions that we have, and we think they are not that clear, even with this definition. Thank you.
So each beneficiary can have more than one researcher with a leading role. This is totally possible, yeah. Whether work package leaders, so for us, work package leaders are organizations, are not persons. Yeah. So, but if for your internal organization in the project, you consider that there is really one person in this organization leading, of course you need to declare these researchers, if it is a researcher, because this is another thing, it has to come in the table as a leading role, because we are asking in the table researchers with a leading role in the project. Yeah. So, yes, and you asked a third question, and I don't remember anymore. So,
What was the third situation?
Yeah, I think it was that. But the thing is to be sure that the reviewers will do this.
No, the reviewers don't look into that.
Don't
What I am telling you, the calculations, these are automatic. Yeah. The experts do not look into this data.
And so how do you know that?
We just look into the data that you have declared in your proposal, and we provide a report with the statistics. Yeah. The evaluators, the role of the evaluators is to evaluate the individual proposals. They also have discussions in the panel, but once they have, after the discussion in the panel, a group of proposals with the same scores, their role is finished, because we need to apply the exequo criteria automatically, as I explained, yeah, in most of the cases. Yeah.
Okay, so you just trust one in what we put there.
So we just look into what you declared in the proposal.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I don't see any raised hands, and since I am sitting here, if you allow me, Isabella, I will also ask a question. So yeah, I wanted to know if the Commission is considering to have some kind of online interview for the exequo criteria, for example. Since with this usage of AI, this could solve two problems: the usage of AI and to have a better exequo criteria, since I think it was clear here that the gender balance is not working.
Yes, no, as you can imagine, we are now discussing how the evaluation process will be in FP10. And yes, the reintroduction, because we did this in the past of interviews, is on the table. But this has to come with a filtering of the proposals, because organizing interviews for all participants is very costly. It's time-consuming, time that we don't have. Yeah. And so in combination with probably 2 stages evaluation, and we just reduce the number of proposals that we invite to the second stage, and then include interviews. Yeah, this is on the table. It's not yet decided because everything is under discussion, but it's on the table, yes.
Great, I will take the chance, sorry for that. But regarding two-stage blind evaluation, this is something that we always ask our community if they will prefer it or not, because we have this impression that experts could have unconscious bias towards larger countries or toward larger RTOs. Is this something that the Commission wants to continue implementing, or do you have a concrete opinion on that, if you can share?
Yes, yes, of course. So we have done this pilot in Horizon Europe. We analyzed the pilot, and we didn't see any differences in comparison with similar evaluations, similar topics, evaluated not blindly. So the blind evaluation we are applying only into the first stage of the evaluation. The second stage, full proposals are not blindly evaluated. Yeah. So we wanted to stop this blind evaluation because for us it's costly, so it requires more effort. However, we also saw that evaluators were happy with the blind evaluations. Participants in general are happy with the blind evaluations. And in the end, it was not so much resource intense as we thought. Yeah. So in the pilot, we concluded that we could do it in the time frame that we are allowed to do the evaluations. However, we know that there are also member states that are very much against on blind evaluations, and in the proposal for FP10 of the Commission, blind evaluation was not mentioned. Yeah. However, I know that after negotiations with the Council, I think it's again on the table. I don't know what will be the final outcome, but I think there are high probabilities that we keep doing the same approach as we have been doing today.
Great, thank you. I don't know if you have additional questions. I don't think so. If not, we will move to the next one. And thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Isabel. We now move to the final technical session of the day. This presentation will highlight the latest developments in the Funding and Tenders portal, including the new digital tools and services available to Horizon Europe participants. Please welcome Paul Schlag from the Directorate General for Research and Innovation of the European Commission.
Does this work? Can you hear me with this? Yeah, very good. So I can stay a bit mobile. Thanks for having us, and thanks for having me. Out of curiosity, who of you uses the funding and tenders portal regularly? Yeah, okay. I figured that this is not, the result is not always like this. Sometimes you have surprisingly low figures, but here, okay, very good. I have a proficient audience. So you will know already most of the features of the funding and tenders portal and also this landing page here. Just to recap what it is. It is the central entry point to EU funding information under direct management mode. Direct management means Horizon Europe, the Connecting Europe Facility, Digital Europe, so all of the programs that the European Commission manages directly or via its agencies. It is the biggest landing page in the europa.eu domain. A lot of visitors, I think 70 million visitors each year, and 2 million registered users, out of which many are you. And as I said, 60 programs in total of the current and the previous MFF, so not only the research part, but also going beyond, and that is probably one of the strengths of the portal as well, because sometimes you don't really care whether you get money from Horizon Europe or Digital Europe or from any other entity or framework program, as long as the money arrives. It covers the entire application and grant management spectrum, so going from the calls for proposals, which probably is the most interesting part of the portal for many, including all of the documents, am I eligible, questions and answers on the calls, a link to submit your proposal, but also things like partner search to find relevant other organizations that you can collaborate with, and also tenders. So the e-procurement or the procurement part of the Commission is also part of the funding and tenders portal, hence the name. And in addition to that, so really the functionalities are quite wide. You also have information on what was funded, so funded projects and dashboards, and information related to expert management. So you really see it is the one-stop shop and then connected in the back end to all kinds of management systems where you then, for example, manage your grant or send your application. It also is host to a wealth of guidance documents with a specific section on procedures, how to follow them step by step. You have a how-to for IT things. It is the entry point to the National Contact Points network all over Europe. You can reach the Research Inquiry Service, which some of you might use from time to time. And there are also a range of frequently asked questions for each of the funding programs that we offer. And these go really into quite some detail as well. So we don't only provide the information, there's also supporting services to help you make sense out of it and then identify, for example, suitable funding opportunities for you. In addition to that, the portal also hosts a range of, let's say, small sub-apps, little functionalities to ease your grant journey in the European funding ecosystem. One of them is the self-assessment tool for SMEs. There are a few qualifiers that you need to fulfill in order to be considered an SME. The annual revenue, for example, I think also the number of employees. It is a bit easier to assess for yourself whether you fulfill all of those with the wizard that we have developed here. So in the Funding and Tenders portal, you find this under Guidance and Documents, and they are non-binding because we cannot verify whether all of the information that you put in is legit and so on. So you get a result and an assessment of whether you qualify as SME, and then of course there are other steps to really validate at some point the information that you included. Another feature that I would like to highlight is multilingualism. So progressively the portal is becoming available in all EU languages, 24, starting with the program pages. So when you go into the overview of all of the direct funding programs that are available, this page is already available in different languages. You see in the upper right corner here, it is set to Spanish now. You find other languages as well. So this is a process that we're starting. And then a specific highlight on the result or funded projects part of the funding and tenders portal. So going from finding opportunities to then seeing what has been funded, what is the European Union doing with the money that it has available, what are success stories that come out of the funding. As I mentioned, this is available for all funding programs, not only for Horizon. So the results that you find there give you the entire wealth of, from infrastructure to medicine development to research and innovation. The availability of information is a bit customized per program. There are some programs where you cannot easily disclose deliverables, for example, I don't know, defense spending, you stay a bit more high level. But for example, in Horizon Europe, oftentimes you have the actual deliverables that were uploaded and shared by the beneficiaries, so you can really see in detail what they have done with the money provided. And this is a direct connection with the grant management systems. So what is uploaded in the grant management system is then available on the funding and tenders portal when it is publishable, of course. We don't take things that are meant to stay disclosed and put them out there. This is, of course, a no-no. You find the projects and results under the in the top ribbon and in the menu EU-funded projects. So quite accessible. And then we also provide, you have heard it earlier from my colleague Lara, a range of support services for currently funded projects that have received, successfully received EU funding, but in the future also going beyond, which is also available in that same ribbon. So results in innovation support, the booster service that Lara mentioned, but then also the results platform and other things that you can make use of to bring your results to the market, for example. And then lastly, what I mentioned before, you know, accessing single or individual projects and seeing in detail what they have contributed to improving the life of European citizens is nice, but sometimes you want aggregate statistics, and the aggregate statistics, how many projects were signed, in which country, in which field, and so on. This you can get in the program dashboards. Also a specific landing page. Not every funding program has a dedicated dashboard available here, but several of them do. You see Horizon Europe, for example, there we have quite a range of different dashboards. I think 4 or 5 are available publicly, but also the Innovation Fund or the Digital Europe program have specific dashboards. And there we usually provide also means to dig into the data, so you can go from high-level description, how many grants were signed, into then the individual ones and where they have taken place. Good. One rollout that we're doing to keep your data safe is the two-factor authentication. It is really not so secure anymore to have accounts only secured with a password. Some of you who might use the Google suite or other, you know, private providers of admin functionalities, all kinds of more complex user interaction. All of these portals, they roll out multi-factor authentication simply because cybersecurity with AI models these days, you can really go a long way by simply including a physical device or any other means of login with a multi-factor authentication to secure your data. And so we are doing this too. The two-factor authentication is currently enabled using EU login, which is the EU's own app where you can confirm login attempts and so on. You can also use the EU login app for more than one user profile. This is the one that I personally use, but you can use anything, pass keys or your national ID, or also a trusted key or a security key on a USB stick, for example. Most important is that you have a second means to verify that you are the one logging into your account. Now, the migration into two-factor authentication is, for some, maybe a bit challenging, and that's why we put together a lot of tutorials and how-tos accompanying you on that journey. Once you set it up, it should work. If it doesn't work, we have a help desk where you can reach out and let us know if there are any problems. Once you've logged in, you have access to the My Area space. I think most of you are regular users of the My Area space. You have your own profile, your organization. You can manage your projects and proposals, or also procurement-related aspects, and you get formal notifications there as well. And then we have some new features that become available once you're logged in, which is you can subscribe to content, you can set notification settings, and you can bookmark things. And of course, we keep the menu as efficient as possible. We don't disclose everything immediately to you, but you see only the elements that are relevant to you. So on the left side here in the My Area space, you see a bit an upgraded, sleeker, a bit lighter menu, where we're trying to make it a bit easier for you to navigate. And you can also access from there the content center, where we allow you to manage your notifications, your subscriptions, bookmarks, so you can bookmark a call that you like or a project that is interesting, maybe an organization that you would like to work with, or also FAQs, questions to answers to questions that you often have. So all kinds of content we allow now to be bookmarked. And all of that you find here on the left side in the content center. The saved searches for specific funding fields that you're interested in, or specific calls for tenders, or maybe also projects that fall into a certain category, it might be a bit cumbersome to always type in, again, the search query. So this feature makes it a bit easier. You search once, you save it, and then it becomes available in the content center. You can also get recommendations. This is a new thing. Once you allow that we profile some of your data. So, for example, we need to know what you have searched for before. Otherwise, we cannot recommend any possible, any relevant grants for you, or also, events that maybe you subscribe to. So we are very prudent with the information that we use to train the recommendation engines that we use. We don't scrape data like Google or social media companies do, but we need a bit of critical mass to work with, and then we're able to make recommendations to make it a bit easier for you also to identify suitable grants, because we know that sometimes it can be a bit overwhelming to explore for yourself. And then I mentioned this already, the bookmark pages that you use very often, you just bookmark, you click in the upper right corner, and then they appear in your bookmark. So a bit housekeeping for your own content, so that it becomes easier to manage, easier to find again, etc. And overall, we are upgrading the look and feel of the portal, so progressively improving the user experience, and in general, focusing on accessibility, using more AI and multilingualism. And in that context, maybe to mention that as from 2028, there will be a more substantial revamp of the funding and tenders portal, going into the new so-called single gateway. The single gateway will be a website established as from 28 that hosts information not only on the direct management funding of the European Union, but also the indirect management, so the loans and the guarantees that currently you see in the, for example, European Investment Bank, and maybe also the shared management funding that becomes available through national agencies. That is an ambitious goal. Maybe on the 1st of January 28, you will not see all of the EU funding immediately available on that website, but the ambition is certainly that this becomes your single entry point, that it makes it easier not only to see the grants, but also any other type of funding that you might be interested in. And of course, we will also more substantially upgrade and revise the look and feel and the use of AI in that future platform. So this is a bit of lookout, and will certainly keep everyone well informed of the progress towards that ambition. So this was it on the funding and tenders portal. And then I came also to preach the holy gospel of the EU Funding and Me mobile application. Now the question, who of you uses the EU Funding and Me mobile application? Less, but still not bad at all. Very nice. So the EU Funding and Me mobile app is available on the App Store and on the Google Play Store. Think of it as the modern and smartphone-enabled funding and tenders portal. So basically, whatever you do in the Funding and Me mobile app happens also in the Funding and Tenders portal. If you bookmark something in the EU Funding and Me mobile app, it appears in the portal. If you get a notification, you get it also in the portal. So we are really bridging the two. We are thinking of the mobile app as the mobile front end of the Funding and Tenders portal. So what is it? It is there especially to help you find opportunities and access funded projects and also your funded projects. So we're not making all of the functionalities of the portal available in the mobile app immediately. Some of the things like sending a proposal, you don't really do that via a mobile app. You have your laptop, you have all your documents. So these are features that make no sense to have in a mobile app, but to find an opportunity to get recommendations, to also explore on the go which projects have been funded, for example, in your city. These are exactly the things that are available in the mobile app. And we believe that it's really a fate of modern administration that you are on the mobile phone of your clients. It's simply one of the most important channels to interact with your clients. It is a question of simplification. The app is designed in a way to really lower the access hurdles. It's designed that information becomes available progressively and you don't get an immediate overload of information. And it focuses on very clearly defined use cases, which is one, the exploring funding opportunities and see funded projects. And only then when you log in, you get into the management of projects or proposals. So simple, transparent, and making us available where our clients are on their smartphones. The mobile app is built cross-platform, so we're trying to align the user experience that you have in the funding and tenders portal and also in the mobile application. The mechanics and the content information architecture are the same. And we are always trying to, or this is the overall goal is that in the end, the app is part of an ecosystem of connected applications, funding and attendance portal being one, there might be others, where you can seamlessly move between different devices. And maybe one more highlight from this slide is that especially for the sharing part, so when you find an opportunity that you think is relevant, or when you have found a project that delivered very nice results, it is very easy to share it from your mobile app into WhatsApp or Signal or your email. So the entire connectivity part also plays a major role. We created the mobile app together with its users. So we had a core group of a few dozen people who accompanied us while we were developing the app, always providing feedback. We tested new features, and this is certainly a concept that's here to stay. So in the future, also when developing the future funding and attendance portal, the future single gateway, this integration of the users in the testing, in the development process, that will certainly be something to follow also in the future. The app was released in September 25. I think today we have almost twice or 1.5 times these downloads. 140,000 people have downloaded the app. Already globally available, 160 countries the app has users in, and it is scored quite high. So the application performance index is at around 95% always, so we're quite happy, and we take a look at that also regularly to make sure that the app stays as easy to use as it was built. Some key functionalities I already mentioned, but you have the funding opportunities and the funded projects, and also an interactive map. So zooming in and out, seeing which projects are funded in which region. We have a better way to search for questions and answers. And you have a way to provide feedback directly in the mobile app, which helps us then improve it, make it more user-friendly. Safe searches, subscription to topics, and getting alerts. I mentioned this already. You can do it in the app, but it also appears in the portal once you do it. So this is completely aligned. And then we have also a functionality that helps you export deadlines or any, for example, events into your calendar so that they become immediately available there as well. And I mentioned before that proposal submission and project management are things that you usually do not on your mobile phone, but rather on your laptop or personal computer. But checking the status of your proposals or projects is something that is helpful, and so we built this in. And we allow, or we enable you to have a swift look at the status of your projects and proposals, so that you have everything on the go. And then for the more heavier work, submission of documents, for example, simply do that in the on your laptop, and thereby we have always the best, let's say, functionality for the platform that we offer. Looking at the future, the first thing that we will make available in the app and also in the portal is a better partner search, partner matching tool to find organizations that you could partner with to build consortia. We will build expert functionalities or functionalities that will be used by experts into the app. And then, of course, the multilingualism, same as we do for the funding and tenders portal, also in the mobile app, we're looking to implement full multilingualism for EU languages. Here are some QR codes if you want to download the app, and there are some links for more information. The last slide is a thank you slide, but I will leave this for the QR codes, and then I'm happy to take your questions.
Yeah, thank you so much, Paul. I can imagine it's not easy to maintain such a portal with such data, but it's quite exciting to see what lies ahead in terms of new functionalities to better make a user experience. So if you have any questions for Paul or suggestions to improve something, I'm sure Paul would like to hear. So yeah. Okay, good. We have one, yeah.
Hi, thank you very much for one of the things that the two-factor authentication made, at least for us, that, okay, I work in projects office management, and is that we had an account that was available to all the staff on the office. Right now, with this two-factor authentication, this is gone, because it is either connected to one of your phones or one of your laptops or whatever, and so everybody, when we submit the proposal and we ask the researcher, please add us as a contact, it has to be one of our names. Do you consider any way around so that we can to simplify this, or this is going to be the norm?
Yeah, we are aware of this this quack, let's say, where the actual use by the users doesn't match what has been imagined behind when developing the IT tool. I don't have a quick answer for you yet, but we are aware that there's an issue. I don't know whether the functionality of EU login, for example, to handle more than one account could be a workaround. But right now I can't give you an easy answer, except that we know that this is an issue.
I do have an answer. It is possible for you to have several mobile phones connecting to one account. I just did it in my organization last week. I don't know if she heard. You can have several mobile phones connected to your account. So each one of us has their own mobile app, but the account is only one. So that's possible in the app. I do have...
Very good.
Yeah. No, you can do it in your own. Oh, yeah, you can have a phone from your institution. Well, that's something you have to ask, or you do it in your personal phone. Yeah, that's true. But you can have several mobiles connected to only one account. We tried it. I have a suggestion / question, if that would be possible. As of now, the LEAR does not have access to all the proposals that are submitted, unless they actually use the email that we have associated with the LEAR account. Is there any way that could be changed? Because sometimes we need, as a LEAR, to see what was submitted, but we know that it was submitted because the PIC number was correct, but we don't have access to the proposal, and that would be very good.
So you're looking for the magic key, and the LEAR can open all of the proposals as a Deus Ex Machina. Yeah. I'll take note. I'm not sure that is easily possible to basically allow this overriding access rules on proposal, because there might also be some proposals where you really need to know who can access them. I'm thinking of more sensitive. It doesn't need to be always the defense case, but also commercial secrets, especially when you go into the lower TRL questions. So I take note of the question, but I'm not super optimistic that there's an easy workaround to that.
Great. I don't see any more questions. So yeah, I think we can move on to the final remarks. And thank you so much, Paul.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Paul. We have now reached the closing session of today's program. To deliver the closing remarks, I would like to invite Anabela Carvalho, Head of European Research and Innovation Programs at the National Innovation Agency, to the stage.
Anna, I just brought Pedro and Alessandro with me. It will be much better to have them on board here. So, first of all, thank you. Thank you for this day. Thank you for these discussions. Thank you for being engaged with us here today. And thank you, Isabel, Paul, and Lara, Angela. Help me on. Lara? Aurora, that's it. So thank you so much for the European Commission to share with us and to be open to receive our contributions. So what we heard here today is, at the end of the day, is that excellence is the driver, but then we see implementation as a main feature that we have to nurture and that we have to really explore in the best way. So excellence is not enough because implementation matters at the end of the day, and we have to feed for excellence and be very good at the implementation works. I can tell you that as a summary, we have launched, Pedro mainly has worked on this. We have launched the survey. By the end of May, we will talk of this tomorrow in our closed meeting. We have launched a survey for our community regarding simplification in implementation. And some of the responses, we got something like 149. There's, of course, a broad support for simplification. One of the things that most of the people that probably are here also fulfill this survey is that they really trust in the evaluation system. This is something that is very clear. It's also very clear that simplification, it should not be also seen just a reduction in the number of pages in the template. We really need to simplify the contents to that become simplification. Also, a very highlight on the clear proposal templates, having all this annotated information on how to fulfill the, like Mafalda was just asking on the researchers table. This is so important, and we see right now the impact that this is having in several proposals in Horizon Europe. Also, we got from the community that an increase in two-stage proposals will be most welcome. And we see the nightmare, I may say this word, on the submissions level is being amazing, increasing. Again, high support for online interviews, if this could be a tiebreaker for at least it's been this, yeah, Pedro, some of this. So what we see here is that excellence is over pressure, and this is something that we have there. In our mural, please put your coins, color coins there. Give us your feedback. It's important to have that feel on. And what we see now is that the evaluation must really be robust, fair, led by excellence, and implemented it really in a very important way. So we already said at the beginning of this session that Portugal is doing well, yes, in Horizon Europe, as other countries. It's not different. We have to be honest and humble on that. We reached yesterday almost 1.5 billion euros in grants for Portugal. This is not just money, it's much more than that. And we still need to work. We need to work on more coordinations. We need to work on more partners in consortia, Portuguese partners in consortia. We need to ask more budget per participant. You know that we have something like 980 participants, isn't that so? Yeah, Pedro? 980 participants from Portugal in the Horizon Europe. But 30 institutions get 50% of the budget. So we have to work on this. And something like 60% or so only have one project in Horizon Europe. So we go and we run away. We go and we run away. So there's a lot of things that we can improve. But competition is there, AI is there, Portugal is submitting a lot of proposals, but it's not the only country. We saw in 2024 a decrease, substantial decrease in the success rate, so coming from 18 to around 14. This is a graph that I believe my colleague Flavio did this in the first time, and we saw these 18s only for all the countries, just there, and then all the countries coming down for the 14s. So this is a big, big challenge on oversubscription, and this will be a really, really demand for the next framework program. And speaking on that, tomorrow we will have Commissioner Zaraeva here with us. She will explore, I believe, the drivers for FP10, the interconnections with the European Competitiveness Fund, how we will see today Pillar 2 of Horizon Europe in this investment journey with the European Competitiveness Fund. This will be a huge, huge challenge for the Portuguese community and for Europe. And tomorrow I invite you, please, to be here and to be part of the discussion with the Commissioner Zaraeva. We will have a closed meeting with our colleagues from the Commission just to chit-chat on the nitty-gritty of these things and to learn and to share. Learn and share is the aim of this game here and of this session. So we hope we can deliver some messages from Lisbon, and we hope they can be implemented, accepted, explored at some time in the future. So I thank you all for being here, and I let my colleagues, my dear colleagues Alexandre and Pedro, they are the NCPs for Legal and Finance. I hope you know them. You tease them a lot. And they have been the background of this event, and other colleagues that are here too. The ANI colleagues were fantastic. We also have FCT and the colleagues from AICIB and Portugal Space as the NCPs for Horizon Europe. So thank you so much. Thank you for being here. And I wanted to ask you something to finish this. Let's come, all of us, to the stage, and let's make a really nice picture. Okay.
é a sensação de estar em palco e levar com as luzes na cara.
Exato.
Tá? Ah, não, ainda falta. Uma mais próxima.
Thank you for being a part of Horizon Europe Implementation Day. We hope today's sessions have provided valuable knowledge, practical guidance and new perspectives to support your projects. We wish you a safe journey home and look forward to welcoming you again at future Horizon Europe events.